Well, we go to sleep every night not thinking about or not knowing how important that sleep actually is for us. And sometimes, if you're like me, you wish you didn't have to sleep as much to get more stuff done. Well, if we understood why sleep is important and to our health and to our quality of life, we would be more likely to appreciate and care for our sleep more. So, why do we sleep? Go ahead and let me know in the chat. Give me a guess. Why do we sleep? Someone said to rest. Yes, of course, to rest. Well, a lot of things happen when we sleep, but the main reason why we really need sleep is to allow our body and our brain to restore, repair, and re-energize. I kind of like to think of them as the 3 R's. And even though to us, when we go to sleep, it's kind of like taking a little break, but our bodies are hard at work. They are healing, it's repairing, it's restoring, it's cleaning the body. And the brain even uses that time to repair as well, to store memories. And when during sleep is when the most healing occurs. So if you're lacking in sleep, then your body and your brain is going to be lacking in those 3 R's. It's going to be lacking in repairing, it's going to be lacking in restoring, and lacking in re-energizing. So, and this is going to have a huge impact and kind of a snowball effect on your health and your quality of life. So, and for example, there's a big connection between sleep and your mental health, right? And this is really noticeable. If you're not getting enough sleep, you tend to be more moody, more on edge, maybe more emotional. If you have kids, this is very noticeable in kids. I have kids, and if they skip a nap or if they go to bed too late, then they are kind of like different people. Their behavior is different. They're more on edge. So there's a big difference, really noticeable in kids. So not getting enough sleep is going to have a huge effect on your mental health. People who are not getting enough good sleep can start feeling symptoms of depression and even experience problems with memory and having trouble focusing. Being sleep deprived can also make you feel hungry. And to explain this better, Dr. Beckemeyer, one of Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's wonderful providers, she says that sleep deprivation raises your hunger hormones and lowers the hormone that makes you feel full. So you're feeling hungry more often and you're not being able to feel satisfied or kind of quench that hunger. So it's going to put you at risk for overeating and probably unwanted weight gain. So as Dr. Beckemeyer put it, sleep deprivation is more than just feeling tired. It affects every aspect of your health and your life, and it can put you at risk for disease and other medical conditions. And if you already have a chronic condition, then not getting enough sleep can actually make that condition worsen and put you at risk for complications. Therefore, sleep is crucial for our mental and physical health and our overall quality of life. So sleep is important.
I love theater and take all my roles seriously. Dad, physician, team leader.
When I was a kid, I dreamed of helping to protect those in need as either a doctor or a Jedi.
I'm a mom first, and that's why I treat our patients like family.
Caring for my family and yours, that's the goal.
Soon after residency, I didn't really have a definitive plan as to how I was going to practice as a physician. And I had designs that would be nice to have my own practice, but I knew that I would not be able to execute it successfully by myself.
So the first time that I met Rami, we actually were in high school together. At the time, he was a couple years ahead of me, and we knew of each other, but we were in separate classes and didn't hang out. But I like to tease people now that he used to, throw me in the corner and rough me up a little bit and steal my milk money. But of course, that's absolutely false.
And I was approached by Dr. Smart and 2 other physicians. They were looking for a 4th to join a fledgling group that they were forming. And I took that as an opportunity and as a sign to jump in with both feet. And that's how Cucamonga Valley Medical Group got started.
I think it's more and more rare that physicians will come out and start their own practice because, again, we're trained on the giving health care and providing, great care to patients. But the business aspect or the practice management aspect, I mean, that was a weekend seminar in residency.
We're learning with the help of our business coaches, our business consultants, and people who we surround ourselves with. They are kind of helping guide the boat, and they see where we want to go.
So I think a lot of people don't know we have strategic planning every year, and that's how can we make sure that CVMG is a great place to work, a great place to visit, and how are we still keeping patient care excellent. And so that's something that we put in a long weekend, and we've done that for several years to try to see what do we need to do next year.
We spent a lot of time prepping and developing the business model before we launched in March of 2006. We happened to start a private practice, primary care, right before the recession. And so in 2009, when things were really difficult, we had a time to kind of hit the reset button and really relook at the original business model we did and what things we wanted to change since we're having a chance to restart, so to speak.
We decided to form this group into something that meant more than just a medical group to us. It meant more than just a ways to exercise, a way of providing for our families. It was an extension of who we were. It was an extension of what we believed in, the importance of spirituality, the importance of our respective faiths, and using our skills as physicians to take care of people in multiple ways, not just from a physical standpoint, but from an emotional standpoint, and if need be, a spiritual standpoint too, if it ever came to that.
And then it goes back to, if the patient was my mom, what would I want her to experience? We want everyone's mom to be our patient. And so from that, we thought, well, growth has to be inevitable. So if we have something here that we're trying to create to make people part of our family, to give us excellent care, to make those changes, then we need to expand that across the Inland Empire. We've gone from when I started over 5 years ago, just 2 clinics, now we're up to 7. And we're looking at expanding, not because, we need to be the big monster, the Kaiser, but more because there's a need. Patients need to be served. There's too many patients that can't get in. If we can add more providers, if we can add more locations, then hopefully we can continue to grow the CVMG family and bring that patient care.
I want to say over the last 10 years since CVMG's existence, and over the last 8 years of my time here with CVMG, we have just been exploding at the seams. We've gotten a good reputation in the community. The patients talk to their friends and their families, and we see a lot of new faces coming in every day. We see a lot of new faces.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest thing was when Rocky told me that he was going to start a business. I was seeing it from what I saw with my dad, right? My dad was a big businessman, and with it came the burden of carrying it through, and all these other issues that crop up. I knew he'd have to be more of an entrepreneur.
Go back to your office.
Okay, wait.
That was a big thing for me. I think that's good because with my dad, I kind of saw how he took on a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
And I just felt that maybe he didn't see that side of it. He just thought, oh, let's do this on our own.
Right.
And so that was a big thing for me. And then he was going to partner with Kyle, who was a very good friend. I didn't want that friendship to get messed up because they were going to
Okay, a little bit. Correct.
So
Right.
I was really concerned about that.
The value of the relationship between Rami and Kyle was more important than CVMG, and then it turned a corner, and because of that foundation of their trust and friendship with each other, they were able to really build something really impressive to me, how much you guys were able to do in 13 years.
Right. And I would say we built it because there was a lot of, Hafsa and you were a very intimate part of that whole process. Not directly, but certainly indirectly behind the scenes.
It's just all the spouses of the partners. It's just been a blessing because they're so supportive, and I just feel like everybody has each other's best interests at heart. It's really feels like a family, honestly.
I agree.
I worked for a long time in the emergency room prior to going to PA school, and I really had never been exposed to PAs before. I always had worked with doctors, and I finally got the chance to work with them when they started hiring them in the ER, and I really just enjoyed the way that they interacted with the patients. I got to see them kind of work as an interdisciplinary team, like with the doctors and with everybody. They were part of a team, so it wasn't just solely them, but they did have the autonomy, and I really liked being able to have that interaction with the other people. So that kind of drove me to going down that route and being able to treat patients on my own, but also being able to interact as a team.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina, and I am a community health educator. My goal as a health educator is to help people live their best life through healthy lifestyle choices. And that's what I do. I teach healthy living webinars, I teach a weight loss program, and I teach Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's diabetes education program, which is an amazing program. I absolutely love teaching that program. I've been teaching the diabetes education for about 2 years, and I've come across some amazing people, and I've seen some great results. Well, November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and to celebrate this nationwide observance, tonight's webinar is all about diabetes, which is my area of expertise, and it's one of my favorite topics to talk about. So I am so excited to be here with you tonight. Tonight, you're going to learn what is diabetes. I'm going to share the top 3 things you can do to prevent or self-manage diabetes. And then I'm going to share my top 2 tips on how you can implement some healthy lifestyle changes. And then at the end, we have a message from one of Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's providers, Mr. Lopez, and he's going to be sharing some more information about our diabetes education program here at CVMG. Now, before we dive into all of that greatness, I want you to remember that tonight is interactive, so please feel free to communicate with me. If you have any questions, just plug it into the Q&A function, and I will either answer it during the webinar or I will save that question towards the end. And at the end, I save some time for a Q&A session. Okay, so if you have questions at any time, write them down, put them in the Q&A, and I'm going to be more than happy to answer any questions. Okay. Well, first is first. What is diabetes? Well, there are 2 types of diabetes. There is type 1 and type 2. Well, type 1 diabetes usually happens at a young age, and it's believed to occur because of genetics. Type 2 diabetes, usually we see happen in adults, and lifestyle has a big factor when it comes to type 2 diabetes. So tonight's webinar is going to be focused on type 2 diabetes. It's important to know what is diabetes, because the more you know about diabetes, the more power you have in preventing or self-managing diabetes. So let's learn what is type 2 diabetes. Now, things can get pretty complicated and scientific when describing what is diabetes. So I'm going to do my best to keep things in simple terms
so you can get a good basic understanding of what is diabetes. To explain this, I like to start from the beginning. So your body is made up of these tiny, tiny things called cells. And there's about 37 trillion cells that make up one human body. Now, a good way to think of this is imagine you are a big puzzle, and each little puzzle piece is a cell. Well, each little cell or each little puzzle piece needs energy to live and to do its job. The energy the cell needs is called glucose. Just like a car needs gasoline for energy, your cells need glucose for energy. Glucose cannot just enter the cell on its own. It needs to be escorted by insulin. Insulin is a hormone that is produced by your pancreas. And insulin will escort glucose into the cell where the cell will use it for energy. Let's look at an example. So let's say you had a burrito for lunch. Well, your body will break down that burrito into glucose and then send it into the bloodstream so your cells can use it for energy. Well, your body notices, hey, there's glucose in the blood. Now it's time to send the insulin, send the escorts. So the pancreas pumps the insulin into the bloodstream, and then insulin will grab glucose and then escort it to the cell, and then the cell will use it for energy. Type 2 diabetes develops because of insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is a key factor in managing diabetes, so it's important to know what it is. So I'm going to do my best to explain it. Here we go. So back to my burrito example. Let's say I'm a person with type 2 diabetes. I have that burrito for lunch, and my body breaks it down into glucose and sends it into my bloodstream. Well, then the pancreas sends the insulin into the bloodstream to escort glucose into the cells. Then what happens is that insulin will take glucose and it goes knocking on the cell door. And it says, hey, cell, I have your energy, I have glucose. Well, what happens is the cell does not open the door. And that's because the cell has too much fat, or in other words, fatty acids in the cell. So the cell says, hey, it's not a good time. I have a lot of fat droplets I'm trying to deal with, and I cannot take that glucose. So the cell resists insulin. Well, then glucose is like, hey, I have nowhere to go. So glucose gets trapped in the bloodstream, which causes a high blood sugar level. Now, the pancreas is realizing, hey, we have a lot of extra glucose in the blood. We need to make more insulin. So the pancreas goes into overdrive. It starts pumping out a lot of insulin. And the problem is that when the pancreas goes into overdrive, it actually starts to harm itself. It becomes damaged, and it loses the capability to produce all of the insulin that your body needs. So this will set the stage for prediabetes and type 2 diabetes. So it all starts with insulin resistance. Here are the risk factors for insulin resistance, or in other words, what is believed to be the cause of insulin resistance. So we have lifestyle factors such as being overweight, obesity, being inactive. So that means you are not moving your body a lot. You are being sedentary. And of course, an unhealthy diet. And then genetics and your family history also plays a role in your risk for developing type 2 diabetes. So why should we care? Why is preventing or self-managing diabetes important? And all self-managing means is that you are keeping your blood glucose levels in a healthy range. So if you are a person with type 2 diabetes, self-managing your diabetes means keeping your blood sugar levels in a healthy range. So why is it important to keep your blood sugar levels in a healthy range? It is important because having too much glucose in your blood over time, can cause damage in the body. This is also known as diabetes complications or health problems. Some major diabetes complications are things like heart disease, vision loss, and kidney disease. So that's the goal. That's the whole point. That is why you learn about diabetes, you take classes, so you can learn how to keep your blood sugar levels in a healthy range so you can prevent or delay damage in your body. So far, you have learned what is diabetes, the risk factors for diabetes, and why it is important to prevent or self-manage diabetes. Next is, what can you do? I'm going to share with you the 3 most effective things you can do to prevent or self-manage diabetes. These 3 things have the greatest impact on diabetes. First, and the most important, is to lower fat in your diet. Remember, we just learned that too much fatty acids or too much fat in the cells is what causes insulin resistance. So eating a low-fat diet will improve insulin resistance. In other words, it's going to improve your diabetes. Eating a low-fat diet will also help to prevent diabetes. There are actually 3 types of fats, and they are not created equal. So let's learn them. Number 1, first type of fat is saturated fat. Saturated fat comes mainly from animal products. So things like milk, cream, cheese, butter, ice cream, milk chocolate, meat, processed meats, and then palm and coconut oil. Who here has ever maybe cooked some bacon or a piece of steak in the pan? And then in the pan, what's left over, you have that white sticky substance that hardens if you leave it there. Well, that's going to be saturated fat. And the name gives it away, right? It's saturated, it's concentrated, it's sticky. And they tell you don't put that fat down your drains because it's going to cause some problems. And that's the same thing for your body. So if you're eating high amounts of saturated fat, that's going to put a lot of sticky fat all in the body. It's going to get stuck in the cells, and that's ultimately what causes insulin resistance. So with that being said, we want to do our best to avoid saturated fats. And this is going to be the best for diabetes. Next type of fat is we have trans fat. Trans fat is actually a man-made fat. And what it does, it helps to improve the shelf life of food and the texture. So we see this fat a lot in processed foods, fried foods, definitely fried foods, baked goods, and hydrogenated oil. So if you ever see hydrogenated oil, that means it's a trans fat. Okay, and trans fats are so unhealthy, and there's so much evidence that the FDA labels trans fats as unsafe. So we want to do our best to avoid trans fats. Trans fats is also going to have that negative effect in your body, and it's going to cause that insulin resistance as well. Okay, so we want to avoid saturated fats and trans fats. Next, we have unsaturated fats. Now, these fats are considered the healthy fats, and they come from plants. So that's going to be things like avocado, olives, nuts and seeds, and plant oils. So olive oil, peanut oil, avocado oil, that's all going to be an unsaturated fat. Now, even though these are the healthy fats, they are still a fat, and they're high in calories. So we should limit these. We should be mindful about how much unsaturated fat we are eating. And especially if you're trying to prevent diabetes or self-manage diabetes, it's going to be a great strategy to pay attention to how much unsaturated fat you're eating as well. Okay, so lowering fat in your diet is key. So take a look at your diet and see where you can start reducing the fat, especially that saturated fat and those trans fats. That's going to be very beneficial when we're talking about diabetes. So eating a diet low in fat is going to help you to prevent diabetes or self-manage diabetes. The second most effective thing you can do for diabetes is to eat whole foods. A whole food is a food that it is in its natural or unchanged state. Whole foods did not go through a process to be made. So foods like fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes. Legumes are, those are beans, and beans are such a health food. If you've ever taken any of my classes, you know how much I talk about beans. It's all about the beans. So beans are a great, great health food. Okay, so the opposite of a whole food is processed food. And that's going to be things like granola bars, protein powders, chicken tenders, bread, chips. And that's just to name a few, because our lives is full of processed food. We have a lot of processed food in today's world. When foods go through a process to be made, they actually lose their valuable nutrients. And most of the time, unhealthy ingredients are put in the food. And those unhealthy ingredients could be things like salt, sugar, and fat, preservatives, and chemicals. Okay, so whole foods are packed with nutrients that promote health. One nutrient, and probably the most important, is going to be fiber. I like to call fiber the key to health, because not only does it protect you against disease such as cancer, but it also helps to fight diabetes. So take a look at your diet and see if you are eating mainly whole foods or if you are eating mainly processed foods. If you're interested in figuring out some recipes that include whole foods, you can type into Google clean eating. That's just a term that a lot of people use in the health community, is clean eating. And all that means is you're focusing on eating whole foods. So if you're interested, just type in clean eating and you can find a lot of good recipes that way. So eating whole foods will help to prevent diabetes and self-manage diabetes. So eat whole foods. The third most effective thing to do to prevent or self-manage diabetes is to exercise regularly. Being physically active is important for everyone, but it is especially beneficial in preventing and improving diabetes because when you use your muscles, your cells become more sensitive to insulin. So it improves insulin resistance. In other words, it improves diabetes. Exercising will also help you to reach and maintain a healthy weight. And remember, you don't have to be a gym rat. You don't have to spend hours exercising, dedicate all this time, okay? The key here is regularly or consistently. So whether that's 15 minutes a day, 30 minutes a day. And we are really lucky because we live in a time where exercising has become so convenient and attainable for everyone. There are a ton of great ways to exercise, such as walking, weightlifting, running, swimming, bicycling, workout classes or groups. There's even a lot of cool workout virtual classes, which I think is really great in today's world. And we have the free resource of YouTube. There's a ton of free YouTube workout videos. So there's so many resources out there. Starting with exercise is a lot like climbing a hill. In the beginning, it's hard, it sucks, you got to push yourself. But once you stick with it and you start being regular with it, it starts becoming easy and it starts becoming a natural part of your day and your body actually starts to crave it. So don't ever get discouraged in the beginning. It's always going to be hard in the beginning, but just regularly, consistently sticking with it, it's going to get easy and it's going to become an enjoyable experience. Exercise is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself. It has a ton of great benefits, but it will especially help to prevent or self-manage diabetes. So let's review the top 3 things you can do to prevent or self-manage diabetes. Number 1, eat a diet low in fat, especially those saturated trans fats. Number 2, focus on eating whole foods. And then number 3, exercise regularly. Okay. Looks like we're doing pretty good. We don't have any questions. All right. Well, preventing diabetes and self-managing diabetes requires lifestyle changes. When making these changes, the easy part is thinking of the things that you don't want to do or you want to start doing. So for example, I'm not going to drink soda anymore, or I'm not going to eat fast food anymore, or I'm going to start exercising. But the thing is, that's only the first step. Okay. Next is to plan and prepare. This is where we truly make these changes a habit. You must plan and prepare. Planning and preparing is a crucial step for successful lifestyle changes. So let's look at an example here. Let's say every morning before work, you go to the coffee shop and you get your coffee and your bagel. Well, you decide you want to eat healthier, and you know that that bagel and coffee is not a healthy choice. So you decide, I'm not going to go to the coffee shop anymore before work. This is the first step. The next step is to plan. What will you replace that coffee and bagel with? So you look up some healthy breakfast recipes. So you plan to make a veggie scramble before bed. That way it's ready to go in the morning, and you also bought a new tea to try out. So you planned and you prepared. Let's say you didn't plan and you didn't prepare. Well, Monday morning comes and you don't know what to make. You're running out of time. You got to get to work, and you end up back at that coffee shop. And another example is, let's say you want to start exercising. Okay, so boom, step one, you want to start exercising. So you must plan and prepare for that exercise. So you decide you're going to schedule your exercise on Tuesday and Wednesday evenings, 6 p.m. So you have planned. And then you decide that you're going to follow a YouTube workout video. So you prepare by going through YouTube and saving the video that you will use. So when it comes time to exercise, you have planned for it and you have prepared, which means you are more likely to exercise. So pick one thing that you want to change and plan and prepare for it. And then once you've been doing that one change for a while and you've kind of got it down, add another change. Okay, so plan and prepare. My second tip for healthy lifestyle change is to get support. When we have support, we are more likely to succeed, because it can be hard dealing with diabetes, trying to make lifestyle changes all alone. We all need support. There are many ways to get support. You can get support from your family and friends. So you need to talk to them, tell them your goals, tell them why this is important for you. And most importantly, tell them how they can help, how can they support you? Because a lot of times their heart's in the right place. They just don't know how they can support you. So telling them is a great way to really get some good support. You can also join support groups, clubs, and of course, taking a class, right? Well, speaking of classes, Cucamonga Valley Medical Group is proud to be offering our diabetes education program. And before we dive into our Q&A session, let's go ahead and listen for a brief message from one of CVMG's wonderful providers, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Lopez has instituted the diabetes education program here at CVMG. He is a family nurse practitioner and a certified diabetes care and education specialist. So let's go ahead and hear a brief message from him. He's going to share some more information about our program and how it works and how you can get into the program.
Well, thank you, Sabrina, for allowing me to participate in your webinar. My name is Mr. Lopez. I'm a family nurse practitioner. I'm also a certified diabetes educator here at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group. And I wanted to share a little bit more about our program. Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's vision is to be a beacon of health education, not only to the patients that we serve, but also to the local community members that live throughout the Inland Empire. CVMG is upholding this vision by helping to build strong relationships with patients and providers
and by providing support and education that extends throughout the community. Cucamonga Valley Medical Group is proud to offer our diabetes self-management education and support program. This program has been very effective and successful. The purpose of our diabetes education program is to provide individually tailored, culturally appropriate, comprehensive diabetes education. This is a comprehensive 7-week evidence-based program that focuses on 7 key topics that can help a person with diabetes live a healthier life with diabetes. Each week, a different topic will be introduced and builds upon the previous session. Patients will learn applicable skills such as reading food labels and checking sugar levels and how to self-manage with support. The benefits of this program also extend to the patient's families and also their social networks as they witness the lifestyle changes these patients make and maybe also adopt them as well. Now, how this program actually works? Well, it begins really with their primary care provider at the patient's local clinic. This provider will assess the need for patient education. If the provider deems necessary, then the provider will enter a referral to our patient education department to schedule an individual appointment with myself to assess the patient's current treatment plan and lifestyle. From here, the patient's treatment plan may be adjusted and may also be referred to other specialists, such as an endocrinologist or a nutritionist, if deemed necessary. Then from here, the patient is then referred to our English or Spanish-speaking health educators who have been trained in facilitating diabetes education. Now, once the patient has completed the 7-week course, then the patient will receive another individual consultation with myself, the diabetes educator, so we can review their learning goals, their treatment plans, and also their source for ongoing support. If the patient and the educator think that there's no treatment adjustment necessary, then the patient can continue care with their primary care provider. If new treatment will be needed, then we can continue individual appointments with myself. This comprehensive diabetes program is available both in English and in Spanish. And we do offer in-person classes, and as well, we also offer classes for your convenience and virtually, meaning through your phone, your tablet, or your computer device. Many people ask, why is this program important? Well, this program is important because uncontrolled diabetes not only affects the person with diabetes, but also their family and their caregivers, and also our local community. I see that if we can improve the health of the individual with diabetes, then we have the potential to improve the health outcomes of families and also our local communities. I understand that living with diabetes is a challenge. It can be a burden, like a backpack you cannot take off. But working alongside our providers, CVMG's program educates and supports patients so they can live a healthier and fruitful life with their loved ones. As far as some of the results from our program, in the brief time that we have started our diabetes self-management education program, we are excited to share the personal success testimonies of our former participants. A vast majority of our patients have succeeded in lowering their A1C score. At least half of our patients have reported weight loss since completing the program. I can also tell you that some of our patients have either decreased or eliminated some of their diabetes medication by following a plant-based diet. If you are interested in joining our diabetes program, please talk to your healthcare provider here at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group. Ask them to refer to our diabetes program. Once again, I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in your discussion today. May you have a great rest of your day.
Okay, so that was from Mr. Lopez, and he was talking about our diabetes education program. And I am one of the main educators for that program, and I have to say it's such a great program. I love teaching it. I have seen some great results. I have met some amazing people, and I really enjoy being a part of everyone's journey and just helping and supporting people in their healthy lifestyle changes. So again, if you're interested in that and you are a Cucamonga Valley Medical Group patient, please talk to your healthcare provider and ask them how you can get referred and we can enroll you into the program. All right. So let's go ahead and open it up for some Q&A. I am here. I'm ready to answer any questions you may have. So please go ahead and submit them in the Q&A. Okay. Okay, so we did get a good question in here, and it says, what's your biggest tip for healthy eating? Great question. My biggest tip for healthy eating is to meal prep. That's my biggest tip. And the reason why I say that is because something that I see with the majority of my participants is that they are short on time. Okay, they are short on time. Everyone's busy, right? We're working, we got kids, we got to take care of our families, our house. So we have a lot going on, and having to cook every day, 3 times a day, it can be a lot. It can be a little hard. So to be successful, I really see that meal prepping is a great way to make healthy eating convenient for you and more doable. So, dedicating maybe 1 or 2 days of the week and just making a bunch of batches of food. That way it's ready to go when you need it, you're prepared, and you're more likely to eat that healthy food. So definitely meal prepping, planning, and making healthy food convenient for you is gonna set you up for success. Great question, and thank you for answering that. Okay, we have another question. It says that my mom, my dad, my grandma have diabetes. Does that mean I will? This is a great question. Great question. And I see this a lot, okay? And a lot of my participants in my class, many of them already have family members who have diabetes. And the thing is that I read a quote one time, and I think this is very true, is that your genetics essentially will load the gun, but your lifestyle is what pulls the trigger. Okay. And I could attest to that because my mom and my grandma have diabetes. And when I was 23, I was diagnosed with prediabetes. So I started making lifestyle changes, and I was able to lower my A1C and no longer be pre-diabetic. So I see the power in it. I personally went through it. So just because my mom and my grandma had it and I was almost on that path, I switched paths and I really took healthy living serious, and I made some serious changes, and I was able to see those serious results. So that is my advice. It does not necessarily mean that's going to happen to you. You are in control, and you have a lot of influence on how that goes for you. Okay. That's a great question. Thank you so much. Okay. Any more questions? Any more questions? I am here. Okay. Well, I don't see any more questions rolling in. If you do, you can just pop them in. Really fast before I let you go, I just want to make a quick announcement that hold on, back it up. We need to fix that. Okay, so before you go, there we go. Well, before you go, I would like to make a quick announcement that CVMG, we are having issues here. There we go. Okay, let's try that for the 3rd time. Here we go. Boom. CVMG offers free access on our website to the Healthy Living video series. A video of today's presentation of diabetes is going to be available within a few days, and the videos of all our previous Healthy Living program presentations are available now. So please go to the Healthy Living page on the CVMG website to access our library. And you can see the link on the screen right now. So just remember, at CVMG, you are treated like family, and just like family, we want you to live your best healthy life. All right. So it looks like that is it. Before you leave, I just want to tell you that I have seen firsthand the power of healthy lifestyle choices. And I want you to know that it doesn't matter where you are at on your health journey. It's never too late to start making healthy lifestyle decisions. Even small changes have a great big impact. So the future does depend on what we do in the present. So go make that change. And thank you all for participating tonight. I hope this was helpful. I hope we learned something, and I hope to see you next month. Thank you so much.
The doctor's office is comprised of a lot more than just the doctor that you see and the chair that you're sitting in. We have lots of staff behind the scenes that helps make everything run smoothly so that the patient gets everything that they need to, whether it's medications, whether it's referrals. There are always people behind the scenes that help coordinate and that are in charge of those things.
Okay, welcome everyone to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina and I am a community health educator. I teach diabetes education classes, I teach weight loss classes, I teach these wonderful healthy living classes. So I love my job, I love what I do, and I'm so happy to be here tonight with all of you. Tonight is interactive as always, so I have the chat function open, so please feel free to communicate with me on there. I'll be asking you questions. I also have the Q&A function open, so if you want to ask any questions, you can go ahead and plug them in there. And at the end, I save some time for a Q&A session, so you can also save your questions till the end as well. Tonight's healthy living topic is healthy cooking. And I am so excited for tonight's webinar because healthy cooking is something that I have been working on for a very long time. So I have a lot of great information to share tonight with all of you. And I usually like to make these webinars short and sweet, but for tonight, we're gonna dive all in. We're gonna go deep into healthy cooking. And that's because healthy cooking is truly the foundation of being healthy, right? We should be at home cooking some healthy meals for ourselves, for our family. So it really begins there. It is the foundation. So I really want to give you as much information as I can tonight. That way you get some good ideas on how you can start implementing healthy cooking at home. Before we get started, I want you to remember that healthy cooking is for everyone. It is the most easiest and the most simplest way to cook. It is meant for everyone. It is easy, it's simple, and it can really be delicious. And tonight we're going to be talking about how we can accomplish all of those things. So first we're going to talk about what is healthy cooking. We're going to give a definition, the do's and don'ts of healthy cooking methods, so the method you are using. And then we're going to figure out how we can implement healthy cooking at home, because I really believe that's where the trick is, right? We really got to get into it, start implementing it, and involving your family. So first, we're going to talk about what is healthy cooking. Well, healthy cooking means that you are cooking in a way that promotes your health. But what does that mean, right? Well, I'm going to give you 3 rules that you can use to make sure you are cooking healthy at home. So our first rule is you want to keep the nutrients in the food. You want to make sure your food is retaining nutrients. The nutrients is going to be things like the vitamins, the minerals, antioxidants, the fiber, the protein. We want to make sure that those things are staying in the food That way we are getting all of those nutrients. And the thing is that when we cook or prepare food, sometimes we can cause the nutrients to be destroyed or leave the food. This is called nutrient loss. And high levels of heat, light, or oxygen can cause nutrition loss. So you want to make sure you are keeping the nutrients in the food, so that way you're getting the nutrition your body needs. And I'm going to be telling you how you can do that later on. So our second rule is you do not want to add any unhealthy ingredients to your food. Well, what ingredients should we be avoiding? I like to call them the infamous three. So that's going to be fat, salt, and sugar. You do not want high amounts of fat, salt, and sugar in your food. Well, why is that? Does anybody know? Does anyone want to let me know in the chat? Because I know we always hear about fat, salt, and sugar. Well, why do we not want to be eating high amounts of that? Anybody want to give me a guess in the chat? Someone said insulin. Yeah. Water retention. Yes, definitely for salt, right? Thank you guys. Thank you for your answers. So overall, eating high amounts of fat, salt, and sugar is going to put you at risk for disease, such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol levels, heart attack, stroke, diabetes, right? So we really want to prevent those things. Well, the problem is that we know that fat, salt, and sugar is what makes the food taste yummy, right? Well, later tonight, I'm going to be sharing some ways that you can make your food taste delicious without these unhealthy ingredients. And I think that's really the key to healthy cooking, because we're getting rid of these unhealthy ingredients, and at the same time, we need to compensate for flavor. So we'll be talking about how to do that later. All right, so our third rule, our last rule for healthy cooking, is you do not want to eat burnt food. You want to avoid burnt food. And you don't want to cook food to be black, to be burnt, to be crispy, because this actually causes toxins to form in the food. These toxins are called carcinogens, meaning that they could potentially cause cancer. So let's say you throw some chicken on the grill, right? And it gets those black, crispy pieces on the chicken. Well, those pieces now have toxins in those pieces that can potentially cause cancer. So it's really important when you are cooking, you want to avoid burning, charring, or blackening the food. So to review our rules really fast, we have keep your nutrients in the food, keep it low in salt, fat, and sugar, and you want to avoid burnt food. So those are our 3 rules to healthy cooking. Now let's switch gears and talk about the do's and the don'ts of healthy cooking methods. So what method are you using? Are you steaming? Are you baking, grilling? That's going to be the method you are using to cook. So the first don't we're going to start with the don'ts, is you do not want to cook with butter. I'm sure we've heard this one before, but butter is high in fat. It is really not a health food. So you do not want to be, but butter is the meaning of life, right? I know, but butter is going to be high in fat, it's going to be high in the salt, it's going to be high in those things you want to avoid to prevent disease. So we definitely want to not be cooking with butter. Now, I'm going to also recommend do not cook with vegetable oil. Now, I know many of you might be surprised or maybe confused on this point, and I'm going to briefly explain why. So first, oil, vegetable oil, is fat from a vegetable. They take vegetables and they extract the oil, which is the fat. Okay, so the problem is that many vegetable oils have a low heat point, meaning they're not meant to be over the stove, over heat, right? Because we learned that what's going to happen is that it's going to burn. That oil is going to burn and it's going to form toxins in the food. So that is the first problem with vegetable oil. And the second problem is that some of these oils have a higher heat point, right? I think avocado oil has a higher heat point, but it's hard to tell when you reach that point, right? Are we measuring? Do we have a thermometer there? So you really don't know when you are hitting that point. and you could be burning the oil and again, causing toxins to form in the food. My second big point about oil is that it is a fat, and fat is high in calories, and it's a fat, right? We want to keep our food low in fat, salt, and sugar. Now, even though vegetable oil is considered the healthy fat, it is unsaturated fat, but it is still a fat, and we do want to keep our diet low in fat to be the most optimum, to be ideal. Okay, so our next don't is grapeseed oil considered vegetable? It is. Yes, grapeseed oil is considered a vegetable oil. And I'm going to be giving you some swaps instead of oil to cook with. So we will get to that. So our next don't is you do not want to overcook your food. So let's say I have this beautiful bell pepper. This bell pepper is crispy, it's full of oxygen, it's full of nutrients and water. Okay, so it has a lot to give us if we eat this bell pepper. If we cook the bell pepper to be overcooked like this, it's going to destroy a lot of those nutrients, right? A lot of those nutrients. So we know that heat destroys. You put something over a fire, it will eventually be destroyed. And that's what happens with food to those precious nutrients. So we do not want to overcook our food. Our next don't, which I'm sure we've all heard, is you do not want to fry your food. Fried food is high in fat, it is high in calories. So this includes both pan frying and deep frying. And fried food is high in something we call trans fats. Trans fats have been directly linked to heart disease, directly linked. There is no argument there. So we really want to avoid fried food. So to review our don'ts is we have do not cook with butter or vegetable oil, don't overcook your foods, and don't fry your food. So now what can we do? Well, there's a lot of things we can do. So the do's for our cooking methods, instead of cooking with butter or with vegetable oil, it is recommended to cook with water or with vegetable broth. So if you're cooking with broth, you just want to make sure you're buying the one that is low in sodium. So again, keeping things low in salt. My personal favorite though is water. I love cooking with water. I just put a little water in a pan, I let it heat up. I throw my veggies in, I throw my seasoning in, and then let it cook for a second, and then boom, ready to go. So it's easy to use water. I know it's a learning curve. I had to learn how to do that. I used to just cook with oil all the time. Before I put anything in the pan, I had to put oil in. Maybe some of you can relate with that. So it's just a habit we have to just maybe kind of get out of. So cooking with water and with broth is going to be a great healthy food spot. Okay, so our next do is do use your oven or an air fryer. Has anyone used an air fryer before? You can raise your hand. Do you have an air fryer? What do you think of your air fryer? Let me know in the chat. Have you ever heard of an air fryer before? They're kind of newer, I guess. Friends swear by it. Yeah, I know. And I'm going to swear by it right now. And someone says, I love my Instant Pot. Instant Pots are good. That's a good one. So an air fryer basically blows hot air all around. So it's an air fryer. You can buy them. They're available widely now. So the great thing about an air fryer is that you can get that yummy fried texture on food without frying and without oil. So it's really a game changer for healthy food and kind of keeping things yummy. So I love my air fryer. People always talk about their air fryer. So let's say I have potatoes. The unhealthy way to cook potatoes would be to chop them up and put them in a pan with oil and fry them, right? And then they come out, you got that beautiful texture. Well, with an air fryer, you just chop them up, you put a little season, you put it in the air fryer, and when they come out, they have that beautiful fried texture. No oil needed, no frying needed. And you can put all sorts of things in an air fryer. I put broccoli in an air fryer, give it a little texture on the outside. It's a really great tool. So do use an air fryer, that's recommended, and do use the oven. So baking, roasting, broiling, all those things with the oven, that's going to be a great good thing to start using. So our next do is do lightly cook your vegetables. And that's because vegetables is the main food group. Let's see, there we go. Okay, do lightly cook your vegetables because they are the main food group that is packed with nutrients. They are packed with nutrients. So when we eat them, we want to make sure we're getting the biggest bang for our buck. So it's recommended to steam them. You want to keep them crunchy, right? I like to throw my veggies in at the last minute. So if I'm making a stir fry, veggie scramble, a soup, I just throw my veggies in at the last minute. That way they don't have a long time to cook and I still keep them crunchy, still keeping those nutrients. And steaming is a great option. Steaming is a great way to keep nutrients in the food. So our next do is do trim the fat from your meat. So if you eat meat, you want to make sure your meat is lean. Lean means low fat. So when cooking meat, you want to make sure to trim the fat off the meat. And that's because high fat meat can cause heart disease. The American Heart Association recommends that people who like to eat meat, that they should lean towards lean sources of meat, such as skinless poultry or fish. Those are going to be the recommended. And when cooking with meat, you can bake, broil, stew, or roast it, would be the most healthy cooking method to use. Personally, I am a plant-based eater, so I don't cook too much with meat, but I used to. And if you're interested in learning about plant-based eating, I would love to dedicate one of these webinars to that. So you can let me know in the survey after this, or you can let me know in the chat. And for a healthy food swap for meat, that would be beans. Beans is a huge health food. I always recommend beans. You should be eating beans 3 servings a day. So find some ways to put some beans in. Maybe one meal swap out your chicken for some beans, and that's going to be a healthy food swap. Okay, so our next do is do use spices and herbs. There's a ton of spices out there, and we usually get stuck using the same one. I know I'm guilty of this. So I encourage you to explore, experiment with some new non-salt spices and herbs. Lemon, lime, and garlic are also great for flavor as well. So I challenge you the next time you're at the store to buy a spice or an herb that you've never tried before and see how that works out for you. Okay, so to review our do's is do cook with broth or water. Very great. I know it's going to take a little learning, but it's really a game changer in healthy cooking. Do use an oven or air fryer. Do lightly cook vegetables, or steaming them is great. Do use spices and herbs. Do trim the fat off your meat. And the last one is do make soups. Soups are a great, great healthy cooking method because you can fill them up with fiber, beans, grains. They're hydrating and they are really great for weight loss. So soups is a great healthy cooking method to start trying as well. Okay, so we talked about what is healthy cooking, the do's and the don'ts of healthy cooking. Now we're going to discuss how you can implement healthy cooking at home. Because that's really the trick, right? Is that I can sit here and say, don't fry, eat your veggies. But it's really about implementing it, doing it. That's where we're going to get good at it. So the first way to implement healthy cooking at home is you must plan your meals for the week. You must plan your meals for the week. Does anyone currently do this? Does anyone actually write down their meals for the week, have a little list going? Let me know, raise your hand, let me know in the chat if you currently plan your meals for the week. Okay. Not the whole week, but yes, yeah, so you're into it, you're getting it, right? Perfect. So I've noticed that when I went to make my meal plan, it was a little overwhelming. I didn't know what to make. I didn't know where to begin. I didn't know how much to make. So I kind of came across this system and I've been using it for a very long time and I wanted to share with you. So this is how you can plan your meals for the week. So, before I get there, I would love for you to write this down. Is that you want to keep your ingredients 5 ingredients or less. So whatever food you are cooking, whatever recipe you are cooking, 5 ingredients or less, not including the spices though, not including the spices. So that's going to keep things easy, keep things simple, right? If your recipe calls for like 10 ingredients, that's going to be really unnecessary, a big strain on you. So I recommend 5 ingredients or less. That's going to keep things easy, simple, delicious, and nutritious. So 5 ingredients or less. Okay, so this is how I make my meal plan. First, I get a piece of paper and I write 5 columns down. And if you are on a phone or a computer, you can screenshot whatever I show. So that way you can kind of keep it for your notes or anything for your own reference. Okay, so I make 5 columns. My first column is grains and protein. So I put these two together because usually I cook them together and they're both really necessary for healthy eating. We need to be eating some whole grains. That's going to make us feel full. That's going to give us energy. Protein, we need to rebuild our body, to repair, to heal, so to grow. So protein is necessary. So here's my examples. That's some things that I will jot down. And I just jot down a few of my favorites. How am I feeling? Some things that I would be feeling. So maybe some wild rice and lentils, some baked tofu. I have baked salmon on here. I make some quinoa, a pot of black beans. So this would be my grains and proteins. Just jot down a few of your favorites. My next column is my veggies because they're a must, right? We should be eating our veggies. Again, I just jot down a few of my favorites. So I'm going to make a salad mix. I'm going to do some steamed sweet potatoes, some raw carrot sticks, maybe some barbecue mushrooms. So whatever veggies I'm going to be making that week. And my next column is the sauces and the dips. So please put a star next to this column because this is my big tip for making healthy food delicious. Is we need some sauce, we need some dip. So as I'm writing this, I just look at my grains and my proteins and my veggies, and I think, what's going to go good with these? So what's going to go good with my salad? What's going to go good with my black beans? And then here are a few of my favorites I like to make. So a guacamole, salsa, a cashew cream. Those are really great if you haven't made one of those before. I make my homemade marinara. Just get some tomatoes, put them in the oven, a little seasoning, blend them up with some basil. Boom, you got your own marinara. Some hummus, some roasted pepper dip. So you really want to be including some sauces and dips to keep things yummy. If you buy a sauce or a dip from the store, just make sure that it's going to be low in the infamous 3. It's going to be low in salt, fat, and sugar. So making sure we're checking the labels and we're getting an appropriate product. Our next column is going to be breakfast. So what are you going to eat for breakfast that day? Some people don't like to eat breakfast, so if you don't need to include this, but if you do, here's some examples that I would make. I would make some oatmeal, maybe a fruit smoothie, some baked muffins, a breakfast burrito. So whatever you're going to have for breakfast that week. If you have kids or family members, or if you like snacks, then you can include a snack column. Here are some examples for snacks. The great thing about snacks is that I think they're a great time to include nuts and seeds and fruit. That is a great time to get those nutritious foods because nuts and seeds are really high in nutrients and so is fruit. So including them in snacks is going to be a great way to get them in us. So we can have almond butter and some apples, dates and nuts. Trail mix is always great. You can make your own. Strawberries, a fruit popsicle. So these would be some good snack options. Okay, so we made our meal plan for the week. After I have this plan, I will go ahead and make a grocery list to align with this. So I say, I'm going to make some guacamole this week. I'm going to need some avocados, some lemon. I'm going to make baked tofu. I'm going to need some tofu. I'm going to need some Cajun seasoning. Okay, so you would just make a corresponding grocery list with this. Okay, so you made your meal plan for the week. You got your grocery list. You go to the grocery store. You get all your beautiful groceries. The next part of implementing healthy cooking is that you need to pick 1 or 2 days to batch cook. I like to call it batch cooking because cooking in batches is easy, it's simple. Sometimes when we think of meal prep, we think of those ones on Instagram or Pinterest, right? Those like million Tupperwares, everything's perfectly portioned and picture perfect. Well, it doesn't have to be like that. Keep things easy and just batch cook. Make a pot of beans, make a pot of rice, make some noodles, right? So that's a good way to keep things easy for you, right? Does anyone batch cook? Does anyone cook just 1 day a week? Because that's our goal, right? I know you are busy, right? You are a busy person. You work, you probably have kids, you have a lot of things going on. So it is recommended to dedicate 1 or 2 days, depending on your schedule, to cook all of those healthy meals you plan. The day that I pick is Sunday. So Sunday I go groceries, I come home, I put on some music, a podcast, and I just cook up a storm. And that way the rest of the week, I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about it. And then you can pick and choose what you made. So today I'm feeling like my black beans, some rice, I might have some carrots with it, and maybe a little guacamole. Okay, so that's very easy. Just make a bunch of batches of some healthy things, and then just pick and choose how you're feeling when you are hungry. So I am going to ask you is what day would work for you to batch cook? What day? Go ahead and let me know in the chat. Think about it. What day would be best for your schedule? What day are you thinking? Sundays work. Yeah, Sundays are the infamous batch cooking day for a lot of people, right? Some people work weekends, so maybe Monday would be your day or Wednesday would be your day. And again, this would depend on your family size, right? How many people are you feeding? So when you make your meal plan, it's going to be a learning experience. Say, I didn't make enough last week. Or, I made way too much this week. I need to make sure I don't make too much next week. Okay, so our last topic for today is getting the family involved. And that's because many times our healthy eating fails because we have family members who just want to stick to their unhealthy favorites. Well, the first step in getting them involved is you really want to talk to them. Talk to them why healthy eating is important and how it can be beneficial to them. Especially for kids, this isn't a great conversation to start having at a young age. Next is that when you're doing your meal plan, write down their favorites. Sit them with you. Hey, what's your favorite veggie? I only like carrots. Okay, write carrots down. We got carrots for you. All right, what's your favorite grain? Maybe give them some options, some whole grain toast, some oatmeal. What are you feeling? So really get their input, get them involved. That's really going to get them into the process, getting involved in healthy cooking. Make healthier versions of their favorites. Okay, so if maybe their favorite is tacos, pizza, find out some ways to make healthier versions of those foods, get them involved, have them help out. So the last one just says involve them in planning and cooking. So this is a big, great skill to start teaching your family, young or old. Getting them involved in healthy cooking is a great skill to pass to your children. It is a lifelong skill they can use. My children are a little too young to help out, like really help out. So what I like to do is I give them a bunch of scraps and I just give them a butter knife or some fun utensils and some seasoning, and they just go to town. They just chop up some stuff. We have music going. We're all in the kitchen together, and it's really instilling those healthy eating habits. Cooking is important, so passing that down is going to be a great thing to do. All righty. So today we talked about what is healthy cooking. I gave you 3 rules you can use to make sure your cooking is healthy. We discussed the do's and the don'ts of healthy cooking methods. You learned a new way to plan some healthy meals, and you're going to pick 1 or 2 days to batch cook those healthy meals. And remember to keep things simple, keep things easy, and make sure your recipes are 5 ingredients or less. That's going to really make your life easy, simple, and nutritious. So let's go ahead and open our Q&A time. I would love to answer any questions you may have. I could see we already have a few, so I'm gonna go ahead and look. Someone said, I think her name is Ariana, I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names. Okay, but she asked, did you say 3 times a day for beans? Is canned okay? Yes, canned is great, and there's even research behind this. Canned has the same benefit to cooked. The only thing with canned is make sure it is low sodium, and you are rinsing them very well before you use them. You want to make sure there's no bubbles, nothing coming off of those beans. You want to make sure you rinse them very well. And that's going to be 3 servings a day. So I think a serving of beans is a half cup. So that would be 2.5 cups a day of beans. So however you want to fit that in, maybe some for breakfast. Beans for breakfast is really great. It's a great option to include some beans, and maybe some for dinner. So getting 3 servings of beans. Someone asked, will we be mailed a recorded video? That's a great question, thank you. So on our website, the video will be posted, I think, a couple days after today, and you can check that out at any time. We're also working on a YouTube channel, so all of these videos will be listed. So if you just want to keep an eye on our website, and you will definitely be informed when that happens. Someone asked if we can show the slides once again. I will do that. I will do that. After we finish answering questions, I will definitely show the slides once again. What do you do? What do you add instead of oil for the oven roasted veggies? I don't add anything. I don't add anything on it, right? We don't need it. We really don't. Again, we don't want to be overcooking the veggies. So we really don't need to put anything over it. I would recommend a little seasoning. So a little seasoning in it, get them lightly roasted. That way it just kind of changes the texture. But we're not roasting them until they are crispy, because that way we'll be losing those nutrients. So you don't need to put anything. And if you're using roasted veggies, you can even put little vegetable broth on the bottom. That's recommended too. So that's a good way to try. Put some seasoning, a little bit of broth on the bottom so they don't burn. That's a good way, another swap as well. We don't have our channel link yet because we're working on the channel, but let me give you the website link. I'll pull it up. Pulling it up now, and I will be entering it in the chat. There we go. That's our new website for all of our fun and healthy stuff we're doing. So that's it's called our Health and Wellness Resource Center. And one thing I want to say about cooking with oil is that we learned that oil is a fat and it's high in calories. So let's say you are cooking all 3 of your meals with vegetable oil. Well, you are adding a ton of hidden calories and fat to your meals that maybe you didn't think about. I know that was the case for me, right? I was trying to lose weight. I wasn't getting there. And I realized that I was using oil for everything. Every time I cooked, I added oil. So as soon as you stop doing that, you're really going to lower your fat intake. You're going to lower your calorie intake, which is going to be very beneficial. So again, I put that link in the chat. Do we have any more questions? Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and share my slides for whoever would like to see them again. So here we just have our outline, the 3 rules. So we want to keep the nutrients. Hopefully I'm going slow enough. Nutrient loss, right? We don't want to do that. We want to keep our veggies crispy. Salt, fat, salt, and sugar. Avoiding burnt food. Oh, here, these slides are better because it has everything on them. So here we go. If you want to screenshot that, take a picture of your phone if you like. And we had a great turnout tonight. Thank you all for joining. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you found some valuable information. I know it was a lot, but hopefully you got some good ideas that you can take home. So here's the don'ts. Again, avoiding butter, oil. And if you're including oil, You can put it over a salad dressing, right? It is a healthier fat, so you can put it in dressings, marinades, but just at smaller amounts, right? We want to keep that fat intake low, our calories low. Lightly cook your veggies. So I have the do's over here. Do's. Any fun spice that you guys have tried that you might maybe want to recommend to me? Because I need some new spices. And then we have our meal plan here. Again, those sauces and the dips. So let's say I have everything cooked in my fridge. And I say, I'm gonna take out this whole grain pasta. Oh, I'm gonna put a little steamed broccoli and I'm gonna use my marinara. Put that together, put it in the microwave or a pan to heat up really fast. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna have some baked tofu, some barbecue mushrooms, and then I might have my salad mix with that and my salad dressing. So again, you're just mixing and matching. Everything can go together. You can make it more synchronous. It would really be up to you. Pick one or day two to batch cook, getting your family involved. I know we got some picky eaters out there, especially children. So getting them involved is going to be really great. It's a great skill to start teaching them. Okay, and those were all of my slides. Hopefully I helped you out. Thank you, everyone. Everyone is leaving. Bye. Thank you, everyone, for joining. What about microwaving corn versus boiling in water? And what about the Mediterranean diet with olive oil? Yes, so the Mediterranean diet does use olive oil, and the Mediterranean diet has been shown to have some health benefits. But again, we are eating olive oil at a smaller amount. And olive oil is a healthier oil. To even get olive oil, eat some olives. There's all different kinds of olives, and that's a good way to really get those real benefits from olives, the olive oils in the olives, right? And the Mediterranean diet does emphasize olives, and it has olive oil for dressing. So yeah, that's a good thing. Like I said, using it for dressing, that's going to be a good healthy food swap. Microwaving corn versus boiling water. I would say boil the water. Boiling water would be a better choice. Microwaves, there's nothing wrong with microwaving, but I think boiling water, you're going to get a better flavor, a better texture. Thank you. Thank you. You are all very welcome. Thank you all for joining. Next month is about making a self-care plan. So I'm going to give you some tips on how you can start your own self-care routine, taking care of yourself, some different areas of self-care. So I hope all of you can join me for that as well. Well, thank you all very much. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
excited, and I got to tell you a quick story. About 11 years ago, we came to a Quakes game, and we thought, how awesome would it be to have some sort of signage here? We were so small, we couldn't do it. And now, the fact that we have such prominent signage here in the city that we practice and people that we take care of, it doesn't get much better than this, to be quite honest.
So there's risk factors that are not in our control. So our age, our genetics, our gender. And then there's, oh, hold on, let's share that again. There we go. So then there's other risk factors that we do have influence over. So we can influence our high blood pressure, manage our diabetes, our weight, if we're physically active, if we're stressed out, if we're using drugs, if we're using excessive alcohol, if we're smoking. So these are all risk factors for heart disease. And extensive research has shown that a healthy lifestyle are key factors in reducing your risk for heart disease.
Hi, I'm Dave Mastovich of Mass Solutions. We work with Cucamonga Valley Medical Group to help them spread the word about the COVID-19 situation, not only in their region, but throughout the country. We have Dr. Rami Mawjood, the Chief Executive Officer at CVMG, and Dr. Kyle Smart, the Chief Medical Officer at CVMG, who spent a great deal of time over the years on vaccines and is going to give us an update now on the COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you, Dave, and welcome everyone. Some exciting news as we talk about these COVID-19 vaccines, which we've been talking about since March or April. So 2 companies are about to launch vaccines in the United States. One is Pfizer BioNTech and the other is Moderna. Both of these vaccines are mRNA vaccines or messenger RNA vaccines. And that's an important detail because there's several strategies on how to create vaccines for COVID-19. And these are very specific because they revolve around the mRNA. So what is mRNA? This is a part of the virus, the genetic code of the virus, and the virus actually infects, all viruses infect humans and they take over human cells and they put the mRNA into the human cells to actually get the human cells to work for the virus. And so we're exposed to mRNA all the time from viruses. And in these vaccines, we're getting a very small piece of the genetic code, a small piece of the mRNA for actually the protein that helps COVID-19 attach to human cells called the spike protein. And so the technology is so amazing. They're taking a small part of this mRNA that I described before, and that's what the vaccine's about. And that's how it's priming our immune systems to COVID-19 by getting us ready for this attachment protein or the spike protein. So it's pretty amazing technology.
So what does this mean for all of you? So we know that there are multiple phases of the population to be able to get this vaccine. Both vaccines that Dr. Smart referred to will soon be made available, but the how, the logistics behind it, we still are not 100% sure of. CVMG has been working hard behind the scenes to make sure that we're in the position to be able to give this vaccine out when it becomes available to us. What we want from our patients is for you to reach out to us to see if you might meet the criteria of a fragile population that should get the vaccine in the very early first phase. We know that in that first phase, 1A and 1B, they're targeting frontline workers, healthcare workers, as well as the population in skilled nursing facilities and nursing homes. But also in phase 1 are people that have certain illnesses that could pose a great risk for them to develop bad symptoms if they do get the COVID-19 infection. If you think that you may be part of that population, please reach out to us, make an appointment. We can do a televisit or we can talk to you. Any of our providers at CVMG can help figure out whether or not you meet that criteria. And if so, then we can work on making sure that you get that vaccine whenever we find out how to deliver it when it becomes available. We wanted to make sure that everyone had an opportunity to hear from myself and Dr. Smart directly about both of these vaccines.
Dr. Smart, you talked about the logistics. I know a lot of people want to know about how long it's going to take to get to the first responders, the healthcare workers, those most vulnerable? I know you wouldn't be able to give an exact number, but can you educate us a little bit to get us a better understanding?
That's a great question, Dave. And like Dr. Majid said, the most high-risk people, including elderly with multiple medical problems and healthcare workers and first responders, they're gonna be at the top tier to get the vaccine first, and that could come before the end of the year, which is just a few weeks away. For the rest of the public and for that to happen, I think we're looking at spring to summer of 2021. So it is closer than we thought, and they're really working hard to meet a timeline and curb the pandemic.
And to that point, I think it's important for everyone to realize that since we're looking at spring and summer, to continue to be smart, wear a mask, socially distance as best as you can, keep your hands clean, and to ride this out to allow the vaccine to be able to be made available to everyone. I think it's important also to mention that both the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine and the Moderna vaccine are two-shot vaccines. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is a two-shot vaccine that is given the first shot, and then 21 days later, you will get the second shot. Whereas the Moderna vaccine is given with the first shot, and then 28 days later, you will get the second shot.
As always, thank you both for the valuable information. Dr. Rami Mawjood, Chief Executive Officer, Cucamonga Valley Medical Group, Dr. Kyle Smart, Chief Medical Officer at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group. Thanks again, and more videos to come.
So now that we know that sleep is crucial for our health, we know what kind of sleep and how much sleep we should be getting, the next step is to look at your sleep hygiene. Remember, we said that sleep hygiene is the choices you make to ensure you are getting your best sleep. So some people can have good sleep hygiene and you can have poor sleep hygiene. What would you rate your sleep hygiene? Go ahead and let me know in the chat, good or poor. What would you say your sleep hygiene is? What are you doing to ensure that you are getting the best sleep you can? Someone said poor. Yes, of course, that's why we're here, right? Awesome. So remember that good sleep hygiene means engaging in behaviors that are going to promote consistent and uninterrupted sleep for the recommended amount of hours. Someone said good-ish. Yes, right? We're working on it. Well, if you feel like you are in need of better sleep, it may be time to consider your sleep hygiene. Hello everyone, and welcome to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina and I'm a community health educator. And as a health educator, I teach diabetes education classes. I teach these healthy living webinars. I also teach a weight loss program. So I really enjoy my job. I love learning and growing with all of you. So with that being said, I am very excited to be here tonight. Remember, our webinars are interactive, so please feel free to chat with me. I have the chat open. You can also include any questions you may have in the Q&A session, in the Q&A function. And if I don't get to your question during the webinar, I will save some time at the end of this webinar to answer any questions that you may have. June is Men's Health Month, and in celebration of that, tonight's webinar is all about men's health. which is very important to talk about because it's been shown that men are at higher risk of developing certain health problems, such as heart disease and certain cancers. So even though heart disease is the leading cause in both men and women, heart disease is much more prevalent in men, meaning that they die much more from heart disease and at a younger age. However, many of the major health risks that men face can be prevented with a healthy lifestyle. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. I'm going to share 5 things men can do to stay healthy and start living a healthy lifestyle. And as a bonus, at the end of this webinar, I'm going to be sharing a men's health checklist, which is a comprehensive checklist that you can use to make sure you are doing everything you can to stay healthy. The first thing men can do to stay healthy is to get a regular checkup with your doctor, with your healthcare provider. So having a checkup at least once a year or when recommended. Who knows a man in their life that does not like to go to the doctors unless something is wrong? Or maybe you are the man that prefers to avoid the doctor's office until absolutely necessary. Well, this is very common. Men do tend to avoid going to the doctor's office. But going to the doctors for a regular visit is a great way to stay healthy. And that's because your doctor can help provide surveillance and help you monitor your health and your body. Now, as I did mention, men are at much more higher risk of developing heart disease and certain cancers. So when you do go to your checkup appointment, it is important to get certain or specific preventative screenings. That way you can detect any abnormalities early when they are the most easiest to treat. Now, before we talk about what preventative screenings you should get, I want to mention that it is very important to talk to your healthcare provider about your family's medical history and ask them what screenings are appropriate for me or what screening should I be getting. And remember, when we hear the word screening, all that is a test. It is a test that is looking for or that can detect a certain problem. Now, there's 3 important preventative screenings that men will need. Now, that's going to be number 1, your blood pressure, your blood cholesterol levels, and your BMI or your weight. Now, these preventative screenings are important because if you have high blood pressure, high blood cholesterol levels, and you're overweight or carrying excess weight, then that means you are at a high risk of developing heart disease. So your doctor can help you, your healthcare provider can help you monitor your weight, help you monitor your blood pressure and your cholesterol levels. They can also make any recommendations or give you some treatment options so you can get these numbers in control so you can prevent heart disease. There are 2 other very important preventative screenings for men, which is going to be a screening for colon cancer and a screening for prostate cancer. Now, it's important for men to regularly screen for these 2 types of cancers because they are very common among men and they are the second leading cause of death among men. Cucamonga Valley Medical Group CEO and healthcare provider, Dr. Majoud, says that prostate cancer is easily screened in men. An annual checkup with a lab test for a PSA level is the first and easiest way to be screened for this type of cancer. Additionally, colon cancer screenings should start at age 50. I do want you to keep in mind that if you have a family history of these 2 types of cancers, then when and how often you get screened can vary, right, from person to person. So it's very important to have these discussions with your healthcare provider So again, you can detect any problem early when they're the most treatable. So do you have an appointment for your regular doctor's visit? For your regular checkup? Do you have an appointment? If you don't, I highly recommend you make an appointment and you get these preventative screenings so you can stay healthy. The second thing men can do to stay healthy is to eat a heart-healthy diet. What you eat plays a key role in your risk of developing health problems such as heart disease, right? So to stay healthy and reduce your risk of developing heart disease, the best thing you can do is to eat a heart-healthy diet. Well, Sabrina, what does a heart-healthy diet mean? It means you are eating a lot of fiber. You are eating high fiber most of the time. And at the same time, you are reducing your intake of saturated fat, trans fat, sodium, and sugar. And you are choosing those wholesome, nutrient-rich foods such as legumes, vegetables, fruits, nuts and seeds, and whole grains. These types of foods are plant foods and they are naturally very high in fiber. Animal products do not have any fiber. So if you're eating a diet that is high in animal products, such as meat, cheese, and eggs, and you are also eating high processed foods, you're eating a lot of processed food, then you are not getting enough fiber. You want to make sure you're eating a lot of these types of foods that you see on the screen right now. One of the tips I share in my classes is that every time you sit down for a meal, you want to think, where is my fiber coming from in this meal? Do I have some beans? Do I have some vegetables on my plate? Do I have some whole grains on my plate? And then also you want to be including those fruits and those nuts and seeds as snack options. Those make really good snacks. So remember your next meal, think about where is my fiber coming from in this meal or snack. And for men, that can be as easy as having a bean and rice burrito in a whole grain tortilla. It could be having a bean chili, a bean and veggie chili. There's a lot of variety. You can get really creative with a chili. Also having some bean or veggie tacos. So just eating some corn tortillas or maybe a whole grain tortilla and just filling it with beans, maybe some rice and some veggies, all sorts of veggies. That's a great way to increase fiber. You can also have a veggie burger, so having like a bean patty with some whole grain bread and just stuffing it with a bunch of veggies. And again, that's a great way to have some more fiber, some good healthy food swaps. Easy to do. So now, since this webinar is about men's health, it is appropriate to mention that eating a heart-healthy diet has been shown to help improve sexual function. And that's because when you eat a heart-healthy diet, you really start to improve your blood flow. So the flow of your blood in your body, which of course is going to help to improve your sexual function. So there's a lot of great benefits to eating a heart-healthy diet. I would like to invite you to check out Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel and I did do a webinar about how to keep your heart healthy. So if you want some more information, some more detailed information on how you can keep your heart healthy, you can visit our YouTube channel and check out our webinar on our channel. And any of our webinars that we do, we always post a recording to this channel. So if you subscribe to this channel, you will stay up to date on all of the health information that we will be providing. The third thing men can do to stay healthy is to make physical activity a priority. So like I mentioned, heart disease is the leading cause of death among men. And when you regularly exercise, it's one of the best ways to prevent heart disease and keep your heart strong. It also helps you to improve and maintain your overall physical and mental health. And if you make physical activity a priority, then that means you will always exercise, meaning your body will begin to change and you will start getting all of those great benefits associated with exercise. So who wants to exercise but feels like they are short on time? Yes, this is very common. It is common to feel short on time when it comes to exercise. And that's because little things always come up. Maybe I need to finish the dishes. I gotta cook. I have to go do some yard work. I gotta meet my friend, right? So there's always little things that can get in your way of you getting your exercise. So that's why it's important to make physical activity a priority. And that way you get your exercise, excuse me. And that way, so that way you get your exercise done before you do any of those other things. You can also schedule your day around your exercise. That's a great benefit of making physical activity a priority, is that you can really start to schedule your day around your exercise. That way you are guaranteed to exercise. And again, you are getting all those benefits and you are staying healthy. So do make physical activity a priority. The fourth thing men can do to stay healthy is to learn to manage stress in a healthy way. Now, men do feel stress and they tend not to talk about their stress, right? And many men do turn to those unhealthy behaviors to relieve stress, such as smoking cigarettes or drinking excessive alcohol. Now, we all know these behaviors are counterproductive and they do start to cause health problems. And in the long term, they even increase stress. So what are some healthy ways that men can relieve stress? I'm going to go ahead and share a few of my favorite ways that men can use to relieve stress. So first is going to be spend time with friends and family. So taking time to just disconnect from your other responsibilities and just connecting with your loved ones, spending time with them and engaging with them. This is a great way to keep that, to manage stress and to keep your life in balance, right? Having some family time, having some work time, having some friend time. So it's really important to spend some time with your friends and family. Next is to get outside. Simply spending some time outside is a proven way to relieve stress. So the next time you are feeling stressed out, just go outside, walk around, maybe go on a walk with your family, grab a ball, get some physical activity. So just spending time outside is a simple and powerful way to relieve stress. Next is to take some time to relax. This one is very simple, but yet very effective at relieving stress. Your body is not designed to be on the go, 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 go all the time. We do need time to rest, unwind, and recharge our minds. This is very important for our overall health and an effective way to relieve stress. It is very effective to relieve stress, again, by just dedicating a few minutes each day to do nothing. Just relax, no TV, no social media, just breathing, maybe listening to some light music. This is a great, great way to relieve stress and very effective. So our last and final way that you can relieve stress is to get a hobby. And all that means is doing something that you enjoy and doing it more for leisure. So maybe it's woodworking, gardening, drawing, graphic design, photography, or maybe it can even be a sport hobby. So golf, frisbee throwing, bowling. So whatever you enjoy, a nice hobby is a great way to relieve stress. And again, it's going to provide your life some balance, right? So you are not constantly under pressure of your work responsibilities, life, financial responsibilities. A hobby is a good way to, again, manage stress in a healthy way and provide your life with some balance. So Get a hobby if you don't already have one, and even hobbies that use your creativity, those are really effective at relieving stress. So keep that in mind when choosing your hobby. So those are some quick ways that you can use to manage stress in a healthy way. Our fifth and final do for men to stay healthy is do make some health goals. Set some health goals for yourself. Before you do anything, set some strong goals for yourself. This is going to help you to feel motivated, and it's going to give you some purpose. So before you set your goals, sit down and take inventory or take stock of your current health. So where are you at currently with your health, and where do you want to be? Do you want to lose weight? Do you want to gain some muscle? Do you simply want to start eating more vegetables, right? So what are your health goals? What are your goals? And then you want to write them down. You need to write down your goals. It is not enough just to think about our goals. We really need to write them down and visually see them. And work for them. Every day we need to be thinking about our goals, working for them, and making them happen. Now, I want everyone to remember that it is never too late to start improving your health. So it doesn't matter your age, your health status, it is never too late to start improving your health. So set some goals and start today. Let's quickly review the 5 things men can do to stay healthy. So the first is going to be having those regular doctor checkups. So getting your annual healthcare visits, that is a great way to stay healthy. Getting those preventative screenings. Eating a heart-healthy diet. So that means eating a lot of fiber. Making physical activity a priority. So scheduling your day around your physical activity or your exercise. Learning to manage stress in a healthy way. So having a hobby, taking some time to relax, spending time with family. And then setting some health goals. So thinking about where you want to be with your health and writing them down and making them happen. So these are 5 things men can do to stay healthy. Before we get into our Q&A session, I'm going to share the men's health checklist. Now, before I share this checklist, keep in mind that you can screenshot this, you can take a picture of it, and you can send it to a man in your life. You can keep it for your own reference. That way you know what you need to do to stay healthy. So here we go. The men's health checklist. So number 1, you want to maintain a healthy weight. Very important. You want to engage in physical activity every day. Eat a heart-healthy diet. Maintain good control of your blood pressure and cholesterol. Get routine physical and examinations. Manage stress, so you're managing stress in a healthy way. Get screened for prostate and colon cancer. Again, very important. Getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Very important. This one is important as well. We need 7 to 8 hours of good sleep. Make sure you are getting that. And avoiding alcohol, smoking tobacco, and drugs. And last but not least is to seek help if you have symptoms of depression. So again, here is our checklist for men's health. You can take a screenshot, share it. That way you know what you can do to stay healthy. Let's go ahead and open it up for our Q&A session. If you have any questions, you could go ahead and enter it at this time. I see that we already have a question in the Q&A, which says that I do not want a colonoscopy. Is there anything else? So yes, having a colonoscopy is a common fear for many people. However, the colonoscopy is a gold standard when it comes to testing for colon cancer. So it is very effective, very powerful in detecting colon cancer. However, there is 2 other options, I believe, which is going to be the fecal test and the Cologuard test. So those are non-invasive procedures, tests that you can get to detect colon cancer. And remember, if you do have a family history, then maybe a colon cancer, if you have a family history of colon cancer, then getting a colonoscopy would be highly recommended, and it'll be well worth it. It'll be well worth it because you will detect it early when it's most treatable. So keep that in mind when we are talking about the colonoscopy and screening for colon cancer. And I do want to mention that the things we talked about today about a healthy lifestyle, this can be applied to younger men and boys in our lives, teaching them at a young age about the importance of health, eating a heart-healthy diet, making physical activity a priority. Those are very important messages that we can give younger men and boys in our life. That way they can really start developing these healthy habits at an early age. So when they get into adulthood, they're kind of set, they know what to do, and they're on a good track with their health. So keep that in mind as you move forward. It looks like we do not have any more questions at this time, so I'll go ahead and close the Q&A. Next month's webinar is all about mental health, so we will be talking about mental health. I hope to see all of you then. And if you need more information about these webinars on when they're going to be held or the topics that we'll be discussing, you can visit Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Health and Wellness Resource Center. And that's our website. You can get there by going to CVMGDOCS.com. So that's CVMGdocs.com. And you can find our Health and Wellness Resource Center right in the top right-hand corner. And again, you can get any information about upcoming events, our programs that we have about health and wellness. So you can check us out there as well. Now, thank you all so much for joining tonight's webinar. I hope you found this informational, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening. And I hope to see you next time as well. So thank you guys so much, and have a good night.
My name is Yumi Wong, and I'm a physician assistant here at CVMG. Several years ago, I was with another family practice group, and the physician that I was with, he loved doing dermatology procedures, and so then he trained me to do the procedures. So basically, it was just one-on-one training with him, and just having that experience hands-on with patients, and that's how I learned how to do most of the stuff that I do at the dermatology clinic. Unlike urgent care or specialties where you see patients for just that one particular thing or that one particular incident, we get to follow them through from the beginning to the end, and see through that they get their issues resolved, that they feel better. And then also just even the healthy patients, seeing them from infant growing up to becoming toddlers to school-age children, and kind of guiding them through that process of life and growth, and integrating their health and how that affects, how they are as adults. I think that's a privilege, I think, that we get to be a part of.
Everyone, and welcome back to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina, and I am a community health educator here at CVMG. And as a health educator, my goal is to help people live their best life through healthy lifestyle choices. So that's my drive. That's what I try to do. I teach diabetes education, I teach healthy living, and I teach weight loss. So I really enjoy my job. I love getting to know people and helping them and supporting them. So this is my passion, and I'm so happy to be here with you tonight. Remember, these webinars are interactive, so please feel free to talk to me. You can use the chat. You can ask me questions in the Q&A. And at the end of these webinars, I do save a little time for a Q&A session. So if you have questions as we go along, you can save them towards the end as well. So tonight we're going to be discussing a skill called mindful eating. Simply put, mindful eating is a skill or technique where you focus on the present moment of eating. This skill is important because in today's world, we live in a very fast-paced society. Everything's in the go, go, go. We're always feeling rushed. We also have an abundance of food choices around us, and it's easier than ever to get any type of food ordered to your door, right? A click of a button, and you could get anything your heart desires. So, and then on top of that, we are full of distractions, right? We have TVs, computers, phones. So all these distractions have shifted our attention away from the actual act of eating. So the environment we are in can make things challenging when you want to eat healthy to reach your health goals. Mindful eating is a skill that can help you to overcome these challenges and develop a healthy relationship with food. So tonight, you're going to learn what is mindful eating, why you should try mindful eating, and I'm going to give you the 7 steps to mindful eating that you can start using right away. So let's get going with it. Here we go. First, what is mindful eating? So mindful eating is maintaining an in-the-moment awareness of the food and drink you put into your body. It involves how the food makes you feel and paying attention to the signals your body sends about taste, satisfaction, and fullness. Mindful eating is not about being perfect, okay? It's not about always eating the right foods or never eating on the go again. Mindful eating is about focusing all your senses and being present as you shop for, cook, and eat your food. So that is what mindful eating is. You are present, you are thinking about the act of eating. Well, why should you try mindful eating? Mindful eating is a powerful tool that you can use to gain control over your eating habits. Research has shown that mindful eating has a ton of great benefits, such as helping you to reduce overeating and binge eating. Weight loss. So it's really been connected to weight loss. It's been linked to weight loss. It helps to promote weight loss. It helps you to reach or maintain a healthy weight. It also helps you to establish a positive relationship with food. It has been shown to improve your diet. So people who try to implement mindful eating, their diet improves. And lastly, and most importantly, is that you feel better. Okay, so people who use mindful eating, they report that they feel better, which is a great benefit, something we all are trying to achieve. So overall, mindful eating can transform the way you think about food and set the stage for a lifetime of healthy eating. So how can you eat mindfully? There's a lot of ways that you can practice mindful eating, but for today, I'm going to give you the 7 powerful steps that you can follow to start eating mindfully. So number 1, first and foremost, is to eat at set times and set places instead of eating randomly. Can you think of a time where you have eaten randomly? Maybe, you were working and then you decided to go in the kitchen, look around the cabinets, find a snack. Or maybe you're at your office and you just pass by the break room, take a few bites of any of the treats in there. So this is random eating. Now, when we eat randomly, it's going to prevent us from developing healthy cues about what and how much to eat. It can also wire our brains for unhealthy or not ideal cues of eating. So set the times and the places you will eat and stick with it. Once you are consistent with this, you will develop healthy environmental cues about what and how much to eat. This also has been shown to reduce cravings. So pick a time, pick a place where you will eat and stick with it. Next step, ask yourself, why are you eating? So you feel like eating, you're feeling a little hungry, you're headed towards the kitchen. Pause for a second and ask yourself, why are you eating? It is common for people to eat because of emotional reasons, such as stress, sadness, frustration, loneliness, boredom. And people kind of react to those emotions instead of listening to their true hunger cues. Your body is actually really smart and it has the ability to tell you when it needs food. So try to connect to your body's true hunger. That can be, stomach growling. You really feel some growling going on. You feel low in energy. You can also feel a sensation in your throat and mouth. That's really, really true hunger when we start feeling it up here. So ask yourself, how hungry are you? Are you hungry enough to eat an apple? So that's a good question. Are you hungry enough to eat an apple? If not, then you are not truly hungry just yet. So next time you head into the kitchen, grab something to eat and ask yourself, why are you eating? Do you feel hunger pains or are you responding to an emotion? And if it is emotionally based, what emotion is it? Okay, so do some self-reflection, figure out your hunger cues. Why are you eating? Eat without distractions. This is a big one, and it's just so common nowadays. People eat in front of TVs, checking emails, watching YouTube podcasts. It's become a normal thing, but it really takes us away from that present moment of eating. So when you eat while being distracted, you are not going to be able to listen to your body's signals, and this can lead to overeating and feeling unsatisfied with your food. So with your next meal, try just single tasking, just eating with no screens, no distractions, and focus on the present moment of eating. Next step is to evaluate your food. Pause for a minute and assess your food. Use all of your senses. What does your food look like? The colors, does it look appealing? What does it smell like? Where did it come from? Think about how this food was made. Okay, sometimes we get disconnected about how this food got in front of us, but there's a whole process, a whole line of people that made that food happen. So think about that. Is this food whole and unprocessed? Or is this food highly processed? Is this the food you really want? Okay, so take a brief pause to assess, and that's going to give you a lot of information. Slow down. Slowing down is the key to mindful eating. It is very powerful when you slow down to eat. How many times have you eaten in a rush, in a hurry, maybe doing a couple things at a time? You're just trying to get on the go, right? You got to go to work. Maybe you're cleaning the kitchen at the same time, whatever may be going on. We want to slow down. And this is because it actually takes 20 minutes for your brain to receive the I am full signal from your body. So that's why it's easy to overeat, because we are not allowing our brain enough time to receive the signal from our stomach. Okay, so 20 minutes, and I know a lot of us, we can't spare 20 minutes, but we should try. Okay, our life shouldn't be that busy where we can't sit down and enjoy a nice meal and concentrate on the present moment of eating. So slow down and give your body a chance to catch up to your brain so you can hear the signals of the right amount to eat. Simple ways that you can slow down can be chewing thoroughly. So chew, chew, chew. Okay, the more you chew, the better for your digestion. So chew thoroughly. Put your fork down. So between bites, take small bites, put your fork down. Take some breaths, relax. We're not in a rush. We're not in a race. Let's just slow down and enjoy the meal and take our time. And when you take your time, it also improves your digestion, which is really helpful for our health as well. So what are some ways that you can slow down while eating? Okay, so think about some ways how you can slow down while you are eating your meals. Stop eating when you are satisfied and not when you are full. So this is a good one. This is something we use in my household. We always talk about, are you satisfied or are you reaching full? Okay, we want to stop eating when we feel just satisfied. We feel satisfied and we're avoiding that feeling of fullness. So to do that, you want to investigate your hunger throughout your meal. And we have a tool for that. This is called the hunger scale. So this is a tool that you can use while you are eating. So envision this hunger scale in your brain. You can take a screenshot of this if you want to save it for a later time. But this is really helpful, and it's going to help you to connect with your true hunger. Okay, sometimes we feel a little disconnected from our true hunger and what our body is telling us. So this is a great way to bring that connection back. So here's the hunger scale. Get my laser pointer. So at the hunger scale, we want to stop eating when we are satisfied, about a 5. And we want to avoid eating until we're full. And then after that, we have very full discomfort, you're stuffed. And at this point, you just feel a little sickly. You feel you ate way too much, okay? And then also you can use the hunger scale to decide when to eat. So before you eat, ask yourself, where am I on this scale? Am I at a 4? I'm just feeling a little hungry. Am I at a 3? I'm starting to feel growling, right? And number 2, I'm starving. I need to eat. All right. So this is a good tool that you can use to, my laser pointer, to help you investigate your hunger while you're eating. So remember, we're eating until we are satisfied and not until we are full. And lastly, the last step to mindful eating is to reflect on how the food made you feel. Food actually can affect your mood. Think about it. Have you ever had a food or a meal and afterwards you felt different? Maybe it affected your mood somehow. I can relate to that. You know, I know the holidays are around and I kind of indulge. And after I did, I felt just bad. I felt a little grumpy, a little grouchy. So think every time you eat, reflect on how that food made you feel, and then use that information to make decisions in the future. So reflect on how that food made you feel. So let's review these 7 steps to mindful eating. First, set the times and the places you will eat. This is going to help to prevent random eating. Okay, when we eat randomly, we're really just eating not out of just necessity of hunger. We're eating more just for boredom or who knows what, right? So we want to set the times and the places you will eat. Then ask yourself, why are you eating? Why are you eating? Think about the hunger scale. Are you feeling hunger pains? Are you hungry enough to eat an apple? Are you feeling stressed out? Maybe something's going on in your life and you are kind of comforting yourself with food. So think about that. Think about, why are you eating? Eliminate distractions. Very important. Mindful eating is all about being present while you are eating, thinking about the food, tasting the food, savoring the food, listening to your body while you're eating. And you can't do those things if you're scrolling on your phone, if you're watching TV or a movie. So eliminate those distractions. Next is evaluate your food. Think about your food. Notice your food. Think about where it came from. So you are assessing your food. Slow down. This is my biggest point of the night. If you're going to take any of these steps away, I want you to take away slowing down. Slowing down is very important, and that's going to really help to bring us to the present moment of eating. It's going to be hard to be present if we're in a rush. Okay, so slow down while you are eating. Eat until you are satisfied. So not until we're full. We don't want to be full. We want to just be satisfied, and boom, that's going to be good for us. And then lastly, reflect on how you feel after you eaten that food. How did that food make you feel? Okay, so mindful eating is all about just engaging your mind while you are eating. And I know this sounds simple, but in today's world, we really lost that element. We eat on the go, we eat in the car, we eat in front of the TV a lot of times, and that's going to lead to unhealthy relationships with food. So we want to start developing those healthy relationships with food so we can set up ourselves for a lifetime of healthy eating and truthfully just make things easy for us, right? So mindful eating can do that. Mindful eating can help you overcome a lot of those challenges. All right, any questions for tonight? Any questions about mindful eating, how you can implement it? Anything I can clarify? You could just enter your questions in the Q&A. And we already have a question in here and it says, can children use mindful eating? That's a great question, Jennifer, thank you. So yes, of course. I say start teaching your children mindful eating at a young age. It's something we should always be discussing with them. Okay. And if you start teaching them at a young age, then you're really going to help set them up for healthy eating habits in the future. So maybe it's something that you and your family can work on together. So, have your children involved, say, okay, so dinner, we're going to sit here and eat mindfully. Let's take our time. Let's put our forks down. Let's take some breaths while we are eating. So it could be a really great skill to start teaching your children. That's a great question. Any other questions? All right. So I don't see any questions coming in. That's all right. Hopefully that means you got everything, you are clear, ready to go. If not, you can always send me a question on our social medias. You can comment on these videos where they're posted. So I am here to answer any questions you may have. Okay. So if you have tried dieting, losing weight, and you haven't seen much success, I highly recommend to try out mindful eating. Mindful eating is taught in all of our programs at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group. So in our diabetes education program, in our weight loss program, we do focus on mindful eating. It is a skill that really helps our patients set them up for healthy eating and to lose weight and to reach their health goals. So I've seen a lot of success with mindful eating. If you want to learn more about mindful eating, it is a hot topic and you can find a lot of information online. There's books, websites, there's a ton of information about mindful eating. So if you are interested and want to learn more, go out there and find some more resources for yourself and you can learn more about mindful eating. And just like any other skill, it does take practice. It does take some effort. Right? It is a skill. We're going to be practicing how to use this. We're going to be intentional about it. We can remind ourselves, maybe put Post-its on our dinner table. Okay, so it takes some time. You're going to have to try to implement it. But once you start doing it, it really becomes natural and it becomes easy and you start doing it without even thinking about it. Okay. And my last tip before you go is that to begin with mindful eating, it's recommended to start with one meal a day. So pick a meal a day, whatever is easiest for you. Maybe it's dinner, maybe it's lunch, and decide on when I eat dinner, I will eat mindfully. I will practice mindful eating when I eat dinner. And that's a great start. And then once you start sticking with it for dinner, you can start implementing it in your other meals. Okay. And I know it takes a little time. Mindful eating is not a rush. We're not in a hurry. It's kind of the opposite of that. And I know people are busy, but your health is so important and it really deserves the time. And as you invest this time in yourself, you will see the rewards later. Okay. Well, with that being said, thank you guys so much. I hope you found this helpful and I hope you guys have a great holiday season. Thank you guys again. See you next time.
I love theater and take all my roles seriously. Dad, physician, team leader.
When I was a kid, I dreamed of helping to protect those in need as either a doctor or a Jedi.
I'm a mom first, and that's why I treat our patients like family.
Caring for my family and yours, that's the goal.
So outside the office, we're usually with these guys. We're outside hiking, biking, boating.
The beach, Disneyland. Do you like Disneyland, Liam?
I Walt Disney World.
Oh, Walt Disney World.
What have you said about being a dad? Do you feel like you're a better doctor now that you're a dad?
Oh, absolutely. It gives me more patience with not just the kids, but with the parents and understanding their frustrations of taking care of very active children.
We've got these guys that keep us energetic, so most of our stuff is outdoors. We camp, we RV, we boat.
How did you do that?
So we had the idea that, you know, we were gonna start a family and we wanted an RV so we could throw them in there, have a place that we could go all over. And so we were trying to have a kid, wasn't pregnant yet, and we said, you know what, we're gonna buy the RV. It's gonna happen, and bought the RV, and then a month later we found out I was pregnant with my oldest.
Part of what my wife's and my values were mission work or relief work abroad. And obviously as a physician, there's a lot of opportunities for that. And my first opportunity was actually with Maujude post-tsunami back in 05, 06, and we actually did a relief trip to Sri Lanka. The kids were so young, they weren't able to be a part of it, and this is something we did want to model to our family. And so our first trip, the two older girls, I think they were 13 and 12 at the time, we went to Thailand.
So probably the first time we went to Kenya with our second daughter, she was the only one available to go at the time, and just seeing her interact with the kids and just seeing her heart expand and getting to, you know, her to see what her dad does and the impact it makes, and then 2 years later we got to do it with all of our kids.
And did some work with orphans there and some relief work. And then since then, we've done about 4 trips to Nairobi, Kenya in the Mathare Valley, and able to volunteer, of course. People from Cucamonga Valley Medical Group have been able to, you know, join that team and go down and partner and experience that as well, and it's been awesome.
When you see so much poverty, you know, a lot of times people say, oh, then your kids learn to be thankful, and that is true, but the thing I think that we get out of it the most is the seeing where real joy comes from, and that things don't bring you happiness and things don't bring you joy, and they really get to experience that when they go to these places and see these kids and these families who they're content and happy even in, you know, the worst of poverty, because they don't value things. And so that's been really cool for our kids to experience.
So we do a lot of activities with the boys. They play piano every day, 20 minutes. It's fun to hear them. It's fun to see them grow as young pianists. The boys are involved in soccer and working, you know, the long hours here and making time for soccer. I think we have maybe one day off where we're not taking them to soccer practice. So here we are at the Day Creek Park in Rancho Cucamonga, and we're getting ready to start soccer practice with the 4 boys. The 2 little ones, Naphtali and Noah, are working on developing their dribbling skills a little bit more. They have great feet and power to the legs, but we want to be able to practice their dribbling, and that's what we'll be doing out here on the field today.
Now with kids, what do we do to decompress? We sleep when we can.
We do still try to sneak in walks.
Yeah, we do try to sneak in walks locally with the kids. A lot of it is actually, though, I have to be honest, and we catch ourselves doing this, is just being in awe of the wonder of our children and what they say and how they interact with each other and our family's interactions with each other. And that actually is something that helps us decompress. Yesterday when Hakeem was playing with that thing and he was singing that song, you know, it's just something where you stop and, you know, you just are grateful for the blessings you have in life. And that in and of itself can help you decompress, right? Because you're not thinking about other things, you're thinking about those things, right?
So obviously a big part, family medicine, preventive health, is talking to families about food. I'm talking to patients about food, and then I get the joy of having to do that for my own kids when I'm at home. So we do a couple different things. We try to meal plan at the beginning of the week. I usually go to the grocery store once a week, come up with a list of snacks and then also dinner menu, write that on the board so everyone knows what the options are. If I get home first, I start it. If my husband gets home, he starts it. We all know what's there. And then the fridge, my oldest is 6, so we started a couple years ago where we put options at the bottom of the fridge that my kids self-feed throughout the day, so they grab stuff. And so the goal was put stuff on the bottom shelf that they could reach, make them healthier options so that throughout the day, whenever they get hungry, they can grab stuff. So we've got yogurt, string cheeses, we keep applesauces, yogurt drinks, and then the fruit, obviously the fruit drawers at the top. So they've always got apples. We tend to slice them up because that's going to be an inhibit thing for them. If it's a whole apple, they're not going to eat it, but if it's sliced, they will. Watermelon, same thing. We got to slice everything up. So we keep it fresh in there, and then throughout the day, they'll come and grab stuff, and then hopefully it's giving them that idea to make healthy choices. We know that's lifelong. So if we can start it when they're young, then they're going to make better choices when they get older.
Exercising has been proven to relieve the feelings of stress and anxiety and depression. And physical activity is especially good for your heart health. It lowers your blood pressure and actually strengthens your heart. So it's really good for heart health. And Dr. Majoud, the CEO and a healthcare provider at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group, says that staying active at least 5 days a week is key to strengthening your heart and keeping it free from disease. So this can be as simple as walking regularly or other activities such as sports, weightlifting, dancing, bicycling. Whatever activity it may be, is going to be good for your heart. So pick an activity that you enjoy and do some exercise to relieve stress and keep your heart healthy.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living Program. My name is Sabrina, and I am a community health educator. And as a health educator, my goal is to help people live their best life through healthy lifestyle choices. And that's what I do. I teach diabetes education, I teach weight loss, and I also teach these healthy living webinars. So I really enjoy my job. I love learning and growing with all of you. So with that being said, I am really excited to be here with all of you tonight. Thank you for tuning in and joining into this healthy living program. So remember, this is interactive, so please feel free to chat with me, ask me any questions you may have. And at the end, I save some time for a Q&A session, so you can save your questions towards the end as well. Tonight's healthy living topic is about lowering your risk of cancer. Now, there's many factors that influence whether a person gets cancer. The good news is that there are healthy habits that you can adopt that will significantly lower your risk of cancer. And for tonight's webinar, I will be sharing the top 4 things you can do to lower your risk of cancer. So let's get started. The first thing you can do to lower your risk of cancer is to get regular cancer screenings. Well, why is that important? Why do you want to get regularly screened for cancer? Well, that's because regularly screening tests can catch those cancers early when they are small, when they haven't spread, and when they're the most easiest to treat. Some important screenings that are available and effective are going to be screenings for breast, colorectal, cervix, skin, and prostate and lung cancers. Okay, so it is recommended to get a physical every year and talk to your healthcare provider about which cancer screenings are right for you. And if you didn't know, October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And to increase awareness of this disease, Juliana Ciliani, one of Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's wonderful providers, would like to inform you that regular breast cancer screenings are vital to detect early signs of cancer in order to treat it before it has a chance to grow, spread, or cause any further problems. We start screening at the age of 40 annually or once every 2 years. However, women that are considered high risk for breast cancer should consult with their healthcare provider to decide if screenings should start earlier. Okay, so remember to schedule and get a physical each year and ask your healthcare provider which cancer screenings are right for you. The second thing you can do to lower your risk of cancer is to maintain a healthy weight. Maintaining a healthy weight is important because being overweight increases your risk of several types of cancers, especially breast and colon cancer. And being overweight also increases your risk of developing other diseases such as diabetes and heart disease. So maintaining a healthy weight is a powerful way you can stay healthy and prevent disease, and of course, lower your cancer risk. Well, what is a healthy weight? To find out what is a healthy weight for you, we're going to use something called the BMI. And this is going to be used as a screening method to figure out a weight category, a specific weight category. And to make things easy for you, I found a great chart. I'm going to go ahead and share it online, and you can figure out what's going to be a healthy weight for you. So this chart is from the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute, and I do have the source listed below. So here we go. To use this chart, you're going to go ahead and find your height in inches first in this column. So I'm going to go down. I am 68 inches tall, and then I'm going to go over this row and find my weight. I do weigh about 145 pounds. So here is my weight. Now, if I go up this column, I'll be able to see my BMI. So my BMI is 22, and I am in a normal weight category. Now, a normal weight category, this category is going to be considered your healthy weight. So you want to be in a weight that it's going to be in this white section under normal. And then we have an overweight category, obese, and an extreme obesity category. So you can go ahead and again, find your height in inches, scroll over, find your weight, and you'll be able to see what weight category you are currently in. And you can see what would be an ideal weight for you. So for example, if I am 66 inches tall and I weigh 161 pounds, I can start reaching maybe 148. That would be a good goal. That would be a goal, something I can work towards to reach that healthy weight and try to maintain that. So this chart is a reliable and a basic way to find out what is a healthy weight for you. So now that you know what is your healthy weight, well, how can you get there or maintain that healthy weight? And that's, of course, going to be through eating a healthy diet and getting regular exercise. So eating a healthy diet and getting regular exercise will help you reach and maintain a healthy weight, which will, of course, lower your risk of cancer. So eating a healthy diet is the most powerful thing you can do to stay healthy and lower your risk of cancer. The American Cancer Society says that the dietary pattern that shows the most benefits, the most health benefits, is going to be based mainly on plant foods. So eating a whole food plant-based diet is going to be ideal for preventing cancer. Well, what is a whole food-based diet? What foods does that include? So that's going to be number one, legumes, which are beans. And if any of my participants or anyone from my class is watching, they know that I am a huge bean advocate. Beans is a huge health food, and it's a great thing to start implementing in your diet. They're full of fiber and nutrients, and they're really, really just a great healthy food to include. Next is vegetables. Of course, vegetables. We always hear about vegetables, but especially those non-starchy vegetables. So green leafy vegetables, right? And also cruciferous vegetables. Those are really the ideal types of vegetables. And then we have whole fruits, so including some whole fruits, nuts and seeds. Nuts and seeds, another whole food. It is plant-based, really, really another great health food. And of course, whole grains. So that's going to be things like oats, quinoa, brown rice, whole grain pasta. Okay, so you want to make sure that your diet or the food you are eating each day is coming from these food categories that you see on the screen. So these types of food should be making up the majority of your diet. The American Cancer Society also states that a healthy eating pattern does not include sugar-sweetened beverages. Okay, so that's going to be things like soda, energy drinks, sugar-sweetened juices. It does not include highly processed foods and refined grain products. So really junk food, right? All that packaged food, really processed food. And then it does not include red and processed meats. Now, I really fast want to make a few points about red and processed meats because it is important when talking about cancer prevention. So, processed meats are a group 1 carcinogen, meaning that there is sufficient evidence that these products cause cancer in humans. So in other words, we know that processed meats cause cancer in humans. Processed meat refers to any meat that has been transformed through things like salting, curing, fermentation, smoking, or other processes that enhance the flavor or improve the shelf life, make it preserved for a longer period. Some examples of processed meat are going to be bacon, sausage, ham, bologna, hot dogs, deli meats. Deli meats is a big one. Corned beef, beef jerky, as well as any canned meat and any meat-based preparation and sauces. So you really want to do your best to avoid processed meats. And you know what? Evidence that red and processed meats has been around for decades. The studies and the research has been piling up. There's a lot of evidence to support this. And for that reason, many health organizations recommend limiting or avoiding these foods. So to review what we just covered, the second thing you can do to lower your cancer risk is to maintain a healthy weight through eating a healthy diet and getting regular exercise. Getting regular exercise is really important, and I do find that in many of my classes with my participants and clients is that this one's the hardest one to do, right? We are busy, trying to exercise regularly can be a hard thing to achieve. And I really want to dedicate a webinar or some type of more information on how you can get started with regular exercise. So if that interests you, please let me know. You can comment in this video. Let me know at the survey at the end of this webinar. You can comment on our social media. So go ahead and just let me know what you want to learn, and I'll be more than happy to include that. The third thing you can do to lower your cancer risk is going to be avoid risky behaviors. The top 2 risky behaviors to avoid is going to be drinking alcohol and using tobacco products. So drinking alcohol raises your risk for breast, throat, liver, colorectal, and other cancers. So basically, the more alcohol you drink, the higher your risk of cancer. Now, in the case for tobacco, avoiding tobacco or deciding to stop using it is an important part of cancer prevention. If you need help quitting tobacco, one of the best things you can do is talk to your healthcare provider and discuss this with them. They can help you figure out strategies to quit, resources, and products. So if you need some help quitting, your healthcare provider will definitely be a person that can help you with that. And in addition, I did include some resources to help you quit. We have the American Lung Association, and they do have a program called Freedom from Smoking. They offer classes, local groups, and some study programs. So this is a great resource. And then we have Kick It California. And Kick It California has a ton of free resources, such as a smoker's hotline. They also have phone and texting counseling, which is pretty cool. They offer free nicotine patches and a quitting smoking app. So super cool. And if you need some extra resources or support, these two resources would be a great place to go to. So check these out for some help quitting smoking. The fourth thing you can do to lower your risk of cancer is to protect yourself from the sun. The sun lamps, the tanning beds, all of these things give off ultraviolet rays, and these rays will cause skin damage. Now, once the skin is damaged, it can lead to skin cancer. So skin cancer is one of the most common kinds of cancer and one of the most preventable. So I'm going to share some ways that you can protect yourself from the sun. So number one, you want to avoid those tanning beds and sun lamps. Many people believe that these things are not as harmful as the natural sunlight, but that is just not true. They have really been linked to skin cancer. So we want to do our best to avoid these tanning beds and sun lamps, especially at a young age. We want to stay in the shade. So when you are outdoors, stay in the shade as much as possible. Physical protection is the best type of protection. And so again, just staying in the shade is going to be an important way to limit your exposure to those harmful rays. Wear protective clothing. So you want to cover any exposed areas. You can wear, of course, shirts, long sleeve shirts, pants, wide brimmed hats are great. Sunglasses to protect the sensitive skin around your eyes. So you're using clothing to cover up those other areas that are exposed. You're protecting your skin. And of course, using sunscreen. So when you are in the sun, always apply sunscreen to your skin that has at least SPF 15 or even better, SPF 30. So protecting yourself from the sun is an important way that you can lower your risk of one of the most common types of cancer. So that was the top 4 things you can do to lower your risk of cancer. I'm going to go ahead and review them really quickly before we go. So here we go. The top 4 things that you can do to lower your risk of cancer. Number 1, getting regular cancer screenings. So you are getting an annual physical and you are asking your healthcare provider what cancer screenings are right for you. Next, you want to maintain a healthy weight through healthy eating and regular exercise. Super powerful, one of the most powerful ways that you can protect your health and lower your cancer risk. Avoid those risky behaviors such as excessive alcohol use and tobacco use, and protecting yourself from the sun. Remember, skin cancer is the most common and it is the most preventable, and you can prevent that by protecting yourself from the sun. So these are the top 4 things you can do to lower your risk of cancer. we're going to go ahead and open it up for the Q&A. So if you have any questions, go ahead and submit them at this time. It looks like we already have a question in our Q&A, and it says, who said that processed meat is group 1? Great question. I should have included that in the presentation, but the World Health Organization categorizes processed meat as a group 1 carcinogen. So it is a World Health Organization that is coming out with that statement. I think that was a really great question. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, so that's just not my opinion. Definitely not. That is from the World Health Organization. And that's a huge, huge point, is that we do want to do our best to lower or limit our consumption of red and processed meats. That's going to be a really impactful way to lower your cancer risk. Great question. Thank you. How are we doing? So I don't see any more questions coming in. That is okay. Thank you for participating. So before I let you go, I do want to make a quick announcement that CVMG offers free access on our website to the Healthy Living video series. A video of today's presentation, which is about lowering your cancer risk, will be available within a few days, and videos from all our previous Healthy Living program presentations are available now. So please go to the Healthy Living program page. You can find the link on the screen, and go ahead and access the library and choose a Healthy Living video that is of interest to you and your family. At CVMG, you are treated like family. And just like family, we want you to live your best healthy life. Well, thank you all for participating tonight. I hope you guys got some good information, some good things to start trying out at home. Next month is all about diabetes. This is going to be a really great and informative webinar. So if you or a loved one is interested in anything, any information pertaining about diabetes, this would be the place to go. I'm going to be talking about ways that you can prevent diabetes and some basic ways, some great strategies to self-manage diabetes and to implement any healthy living changes that are going to improve diabetes. So that's going to be really great. I'm looking forward to that. That's one of my specialties, is diabetes. So I hope to see all of you there. And thank you again for all joining tonight. See you next time.
What kind of sleep should we be aiming for? Well, good sleep is consistent and uninterrupted, and it's about getting the recommended amount of sleep. So we're talking quality and quantity. The amount of sleep you should be getting does depend on your age. Here is a chart from the National Sleep Foundation. And as you can see, adults, we're looking for that good 7 to 9 hours of good, consistent, uninterrupted sleep. That's going to be our goal. And it's important that our sleep is uninterrupted because you need to allow your body the time to go through all the different stages of sleep. And when your body can go through this process without being interrupted, it's going to be able to repair, restore, and re-energize at its best. So we're talking quality and quantity when it comes to our sleep.
It's always very interesting to take care of each and every patient because everyone is different, and although, you know, we see trends, you have to take into account the personal aspect of it, and that's the challenge, right?
I had designs that be nice to have my own practice, but I knew that I would not be able to execute it successfully by myself. I was approached by Dr. Smart and two other physicians. They were looking for a fourth to join a fledgling group that they were forming. And I took that as an opportunity and as a sign to jump in with both feet. And that's how Cucamonga Valley Medical Group got started. One of the great things about our partnership is that he is the yin to my yang, if that's a weird way of saying that, but we balance each other out. Early on, when he was being aggressive in opportunities, I was always timid and reserved, and we would balance each other out. Now that our roles have switched, I tend to be a little bit more aggressive, and he's the one telling me, have you thought about this or that? So it has been a perfect balancing act that the two of us have been able to execute, along with involving all the other of our corporate shareholders and our executive team members and other people we've brought on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina, and I'm a community health educator. Remember, these webinars are interactive, so please feel free to ask me questions. You can chat with me. You can submit your questions on the Q&A function. And I do save a little session at the end of the webinar for Q&A, so you can also save your questions towards the end as well. Did you know that September is Healthy Aging Month? Well, to celebrate this nationwide observance, tonight's webinar is all about healthy aging. And the truth is, we are all getting older and we can't change that, but we can change how we age. So the choices that you make throughout your life will determine how you age. And what is so exciting about healthy aging, or just aging, is that healthy aging is attainable. So it is attainable. You can do it. You can age healthy. And in tonight's webinar, I'm going to be providing you the information that you need to do that. I'm going to share 5 keys to healthy aging. Now, as we go through the information tonight, keep in mind that these 5 keys are important for every age. So it doesn't matter if you are 21 or you are 65, these 5 keys to healthy aging are important and they will help you age healthy. The first key to healthy aging is to be active. Be active. So being active is crucial for healthy aging. Well, what do I mean by being active? There's actually 3 ways that you should be active, and we're going to go through them. So first is you want to be physically active. No matter what age you are, it is important to always keep your body moving. Well, how can you keep your body moving? I like to think of them, there's 2 main ways. First is to keep your body moving throughout the day. So that means you are looking for opportunities throughout your day to get up and move your body, whether that's housework, cleaning, maybe taking some regular stretch breaks if you have a desk job, taking the stairs instead of the elevator, maybe doing some squats while watching your favorite TV show. So you are being physically active throughout your day. The next way to be physically active is to include exercise. Now, there's many forms of exercise, but the goal of any exercise is to get your heart rate up. And that's because when we get our heart rate up, that's when we really start to get a lot of those benefits from exercise, such as strengthening your bones and muscles, controlling your weight, so weight control, boosting your mood and energy, improving your sleep. So there's a ton of great benefits to including exercise. And regular exercise is a powerful way you can age healthy. If you feel like you do not have time for exercise, this is very common. It is common to feel like you do not have time for exercise. The truth is, we are all short on time. But what matters is what you make time for. So what do you make time for? So make some time for exercise. That way you can get all of those great benefits from exercise. Now, remember, it doesn't have to be long. It doesn't have to be an all or nothing thing. You don't have to be a gym rat. Okay, it can be as easy as setting your timer for 15 minutes a day and just doing some form of exercise. Okay, there's a lot of great ways to exercise, so I encourage you to make that time for exercise. That way you can improve your ability to age healthy. Be socially active. As people get older, it is common to not be as social, right? However, being socially active has been shown to reduce the risk of dementia and depression. And some studies have shown that those who are connected to others have increased longevity. And that means they live a longer and happier life. So being socially active is a great way you can ensure healthy aging. There are many ways that you can be socially active, such as joining groups, classes, clubs, engaging with family and friends, getting involved, whether that be in your community, volunteer work. So you don't have to be a social butterfly, right? But it is important to make an effort to be socially active, especially as you get older. Be mentally active. So the more mentally active you are, the more mentally fit you are. Keeping your brain active has been shown to increase vitality. And being mentally active, all that means is that you are doing something mentally challenging. Okay, maybe that means you're learning a new skill, you're adopting a new hobby, maybe, or you can engage in some type of formal education, like taking a class. You can also challenge yourself to games, new reading material, right? Maybe read something different, a little challenging, or you could even try to be more effective at a task that you are already doing. Okay, so be mentally active. So just to review, the first key to healthy aging is to be active. Be physically active, mentally active, and socially active. The second key to healthy aging is to eat a healthy diet. Your eating habit is the most important factor that determines how you age. A healthy diet can also help to reduce the risk of developing chronic disease, such as diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease. And also, eating healthy has been shown, of course, it's going to help you to better manage those chronic diseases if you already have one. So eating a healthy diet is the best way to make sure you are aging healthy. Well, what does a healthy diet mean? I'm going to share the 3 main points of a healthy diet. I think these 3 main points are really a great way to get started into healthy eating. So I'm going to go ahead and share. The first main point of a healthy diet is whole foods. Whole foods. And a whole food is a food that is in its natural, unchanged state. Okay, so that's going to be things like fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts and seeds, legumes. Those things are a whole food. They didn't go through a big old process to be made. Okay, so when you are eating mostly whole foods, you are avoiding those processed packaged foods, and you're choosing those whole foods full of nutrients that your body needs. Okay, the next important point to a healthy diet is you want to avoid eating added salt, fat, and sugar to your food. And that's because high amounts of salt, fat, and sugar are going to increase your risk of developing a disease. So make sure that you are not eating any added salt, fat, and sugar. Next is a healthy diet is composed of healthy fats. And a healthy fat is going to be an unsaturated fat. Okay, so unsaturated fats are those healthy fats. And then you want to avoid those unhealthy fats, which are going to be those trans fats and saturated fats. So those are the unhealthy fats that can potentially cause disease. So we really want to limit or avoid those types of fats. So just keep in mind, remember that eating a healthy diet is one of the most powerful ways that you can age healthy. So I encourage you to try to implement these 3 points in your diet, and that way you can do everything you can do to age healthy. The third key to a healthy aging is getting enough sleep. Sleep is important because it allows your body to repair, restore, and heal. Okay, so if you are skipping out on sleep, that means you are skipping out on healing, repairing, and restoring, which is going to have a huge negative effect on how you age. Okay, so it's recommended to get that good 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Another great tip is to develop a nighttime routine, so a bedtime routine. So set yourself a bedtime, right? And stick to it. Make sure it's a regular thing so your body knows that you are going to go to sleep soon. It starts getting mentally prepared for that. And also you want to take some time to unwind before bed. So shutting off your distractions, right? The TV, your phones, you want to put those away and kind of just relax. And that way you're going to fall asleep faster and you're going to probably get some better sleep. So develop a good nighttime routine, and that way you can get all the sleep that your body needs, and you can really promote that healthy aging. The fourth key to healthy aging is to reduce your stress. Now, reducing stress is an important way to stay healthy because this is going to ensure health as you age. And that's because, just like one of our wonderful providers at Cucamonga Valley Medical Group, Miss Tricia Borchers, she says that unmanaged stress can lead to anxiety, depression, a lack of proper eating, a decrease in immune system, and illness that might cause cellular changes that affect the ability to age healthy. So very important to find some ways to reduce your stress. There's many techniques out there to reduce stress, such as meditation, guided imagery, practicing mindfulness. It can also be as simple as spending 10 minutes a day to just lie down, relax, and just take some deep breaths. That's going to be very impactful. That can really be beneficial to reduce your stress. So intentionally dedicate some time each day to reduce your stress. That way you can improve your ability to age healthy. The fifth and final key to healthy aging is to schedule regular checkups. Now, regular checkups is a great way to kind of take stock or inventory of your health. Now, one of the biggest benefits to getting those regular checkups and preventative screenings is that you can detect any problems early when they are the most treatable. So that's a great, great benefit. So some important preventative screenings that you want to keep in mind, especially as you get older, are going to be screenings for your cholesterol, your blood pressure, cervical cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, and osteoporosis. So those things we really want to keep an eye on. We want to be getting some regular preventative screenings for those things. So take some stock in your health and make sure to go get those regular checkups and those appropriate preventative screenings. Now, remember, I do encourage you to ask your provider, ask them what tests are appropriate for you. So we're going to review the 5 keys to healthy aging. So the first key to healthy aging is to be active. This one's really important. That's why it's my first one, okay? So you want to make sure you are being physically active, mentally active, and socially active. That is a great, great way to age healthy. Next is you want to eat a healthy diet. This one is the most powerful. This one can really have a great influence on how you age. So you really want to make sure you are eating a healthy diet. Make sure you're getting enough sleep, right? Very important. The more sleep you get, the more healing and repairing that your body can do. And this is going to promote youthful aging. Okay, so you really want to make sure you are not skipping out on sleep. That's going to have a negative effect on your health and how you age. Next key is to reduce stress. Okay, so intentionally do something each day to reduce your stress. You know, stress is sometimes inevitable. We have a lot of stressors in our life. So take some time each day to reduce the amount of stress you have. And last, the fifth key to healthy aging is to schedule those regular checkups. Okay, schedule those regular checkups, be proactive in your health, and that way you can get all the information you need to make sure you're doing everything to stay healthy. Some final words from Dr. Tong from Cucamonga Valley Medical Group. He wants us to remember that age is a number, but healthy aging is a way of living. Well said by Dr. Tong. Okay, just kind of like the point that we were all talking about in this webinar tonight is that we really want to just start making some little changes in our life that's really going to improve the way we live so we can start living healthy. So well said. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open it up for any questions that we may have at this time. So go ahead and please submit your questions and I will answer them. Let's check here. Okay, so we do have a question in our Q&A and it says that I heard deli meat is bad. Can you explain? Thank you for your question. This is a great question. And yes, my answer is that it is true. Deli meats have been shown to be an unhealthy food item, and that's because they can potentially cause cancer. And that's because a deli meat is a processed meat. And as we kind of talked about today, is we really want to avoid processed food in general, because when food goes through a process to be made, a lot of the times there are a lot of preservatives and additives and salt, fat, and sugar are added to processed foods. And then all of those nutrients and the fiber is usually taken away from those foods. So we really want to try to choose whole foods. So if you are eating meat, I would suggest eating more of a fresh meat instead of a deli meat. But yes, a deli meat, it has been shown to be a carcinogen. So we do want to limit that. Great question. Thank you. Okay, another question says, do you have any other suggestions on how to reduce stress? Great question. Thank you for your question. So yes, I think one of my personal favorites to reduce stress is to have a hobby or some type of activity where you are using your creativity. Because when you use your creativity, it really allows you to kind of reduce or relieve some of that stress. So maybe whatever that could be different for everyone. Scrapbooking, graphic design, right? Woodworking, maybe if you like to make clothes. I mean, there's a lot of ways that you can express creativity. It's just about finding something that you really enjoy and, maybe twice a week or however you can fit that in, but having a good activity just for yourself where you're using creativity is going to be a great way to reduce that stress. That is a great question. Thank you so much. And just like we talked about also in this webinar, is that you do want to spend some time to relax, right? So just taking a few minutes, taking some deep breaths, kind of just practicing mindfulness. A lot of times we can get stuck in our minds. So just bringing yourself back to the present moment, and that's really going to help to reduce stress. Great question. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like that's all the questions we have for tonight. Thank you all so much for your questions. I really appreciate them. And I just love being here with you guys and being able to answer any questions you have. So that's why I'm here. Thank you so much. So before you go, I just wanted to announce that CVMG, Cucamonga Valley Medical Group, that we offer free access on our website to the Healthy Living video series. So a video of today's presentation about healthy aging will be available within a few days, and videos for all our previous Healthy Living program presentations, they are available now. So you can watch those on our website. You can go to Healthy Living program, our page, and the link is listed on our slide, so you can check us out there and find a video. You can go ahead and check that out and find a video at that you and your family are interested in. And just like family, we want you to live your best healthy life. So again, I put the URL on the screen. That way you can check the video series out of the Healthy Living program. Okay, well, that's all I have for you guys tonight. Thank you so much for joining and participating tonight. I hope you found this informative. Next month is all about how you can lower your risk of developing cancer. So I think that's going to be very informative, and I really hope to see all of you there. Well, thank you so much again. You guys have a great evening.
I feel pretty excited. This is a great opportunity for CVMG to be expanding into the Rancho area. This is an area that's been void of CVMG's presence. In the surrounding communities, we have an office in Upland and Fontana, and south here is Eastville, but it's great to be a part of Rancho Cucamonga, a place where I live and a place where I call home. And this is a great addition to our company.
Kind of been our missing piece. So most of us are Rancho based, myself, Dr. Dominguez, Dr. Malgins, our shareholders. We all call this home. This is where we're raising our families, and we called Cucamonga Valley because this is where we started from.
So welcome to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina and I'm a community health educator. Before we get started tonight, remember that these webinars are interactive, so please feel free to ask me questions. I also save some time at the end of these webinars for a Q&A session, so you can save your questions towards the end as well. Okay. So this month's Healthy Living topic is keeping kids healthy. Now, this topic I am personally very passionate about. I do have 3 little daughters, and teaching them about health and helping them develop healthy habits has been something I've been doing for a long time. So I'm really excited to be here with you guys tonight and just to share information. And yeah, so as a kid in today's world, it is very hard to develop and maintain healthy habits. And that's because unhealthy food is easily accessible, and it's easy not to be physically active as a child, right? We have a lot of that screen entertainment. So children are not being as physically active as they should be. Now, research shows that kids who struggle with their weight and develop unhealthy habits are at risk of future health problems such as heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. So that's why it's important as parents and as guardians to teach our children healthy habits so they can live a life free from chronic illness. And that's going to be the focus of tonight's webinar. I'm going to be sharing 10 ways that you can start developing healthy habits with your child or with your kids and keeping them healthy. So here we go. The first way is you want to make health a family value. And that means you value health as a family. So a child cannot develop healthy habits on their own. They need their parents to help educate and support them. So it starts with you, the parent. You have to be the role model. You have to set an example, right? And you don't need to be perfect. You don't have to be perfect. But if your child sees you trying to eat right and being physically active, they're going to take notice of your efforts, and you're going to send the message that good health is important to you and your family. So when you make health a family value, it's also about educating yourself about health, learning about health, and making it something that you care about and you are trying to take care of is your health. So it all starts with the parent making health a family value. Our next way is you want to talk to your kids about health. Consistently talking to your kids about health. Now, I'm going to bring up this point a lot throughout this webinar because this is how we truly develop those lifelong healthy habits, is by talking to our children about health. Now, the important point here is that when kids hear the word health, they really don't understand. It's an abstract idea to them. So when you are talking to them about health, it's important to make it relatable, make it something that they're passionate about and something that's age appropriate. For example, I have a 3-year-old daughter, and she really didn't like eating carrots. And I told her that, carrots will have vitamins that give you supervision and they give you super skin, like the Paw Patrol, like the pups on Paw Patrol. And after I said that, she really was more intrigued. She was more inclined about the carrots. And this is better than saying, hey, you need to eat your carrots. They're healthy for you. That really is not going to click with them. So really make it relatable, make it fun, and just continuously talk to your kids about health. And especially if you have older children, talking to them about their sexual health, talking to them about harmful effects of tobacco, drugs, and alcohol. So it's very important to develop lifelong healthy habits to continuously talk to your children about health. Next, be physically active as a family. So like we all know, exercise is crucial. It is necessary for everybody's health and wellness. This, of course, includes kids. Kids need to be physically active. Being physically active as a family is a great way to help children create that lifelong healthy habit with physical activity. And when you're physically active as a family, you're sending that message that this is what we do. We are physically active people. So you're creating that healthy habit for them by being physically active as a family. Now, you can plan times for everyone to get moving together. It could be as simple as taking walks, riding bikes, playing hide and seek, playing tag. One of my favorites is we always go out in the front and we play ball. So we have all different types of balls and we all play together. So we're just getting our bodies moving, we're spending time together, and everyone's going to benefit from the exercise, from being physically active, and the time spent together. So be physically active as a family. Alrighty. The next way that you can help your child to develop those lifelong healthy habits and keep them healthy is by making healthy eating a priority. So as a parent, the most beneficial thing you can teach your child is how to eat healthy. That is a skill that's going to benefit them their whole life. And again, it starts with you, the parent. You're learning about healthy eating and you're learning about ways to incorporate healthy eating with your kids and your family. Now, I'm sure we know this can be difficult, right? Kids are more inclined to want to eat those unhealthier foods, but making health a priority in your house is going to be a great thing for you and your children, and it's really going to help their health in the long run. So it's important to, again, educate your child about the importance of having nutritious food. So again, we're talking to them about health. We're explaining to them why we are eating healthy, what foods include to be healthy. Okay, now here's a few points I want to make some more about healthy eating, is that you can get your kids involved, right? This is really, really great in creating that habit, right? Getting them involved in the cooking, the planning, the preparing. So getting them involved. Also, my favorite tip is making healthier versions of their unhealthy favorites. So that's a great tip. If your kid likes pizza, making some healthy pizza options, some healthy taco options. So you're making healthy versions of their unhealthy favorites. Practice mindful eating with your child. Mindful eating is a great, great skill. It has been a game changer for me and my family. And in all the other classes I teach, I always talk about mindful eating, and I get a lot of positive feedback. And that's because it's a really great skill to use. There's a lot of great information online if you want some more information on mindful eating. I do plan on doing a webinar in the future about mindful eating because it's really powerful. And I use this a lot with my children. I teach them how to eat mindfully. The important part is using something called a hunger scale. So that is one of the most beneficial things I've seen, is teaching them, eating until we are satisfied and not until we are stuffed, eating when we are truly hungry and not when we are bored. So mindful eating is a great, great skill that's going to help develop those lifelong healthy habits. Now, water is best, forget the rest. Yes, your child needs water, right? Juices, Capri Suns, energy drinks, sodas, those things, box juices, those things are full of sugar and there's no nutritional value. And the problem is that once you start giving your child that, they really kind of become hooked in a sense, right? They really want it. And that's because it's full of sugar. It kind of, really is a bad habit to start. So water is best. Give your child water. Now, we know that kids like to have snacks. So it's very important that we start developing healthy habits with snacks, because snacks can become an issue in the future. So we really want to start developing a healthy habit with snacks. And you can do that by giving them a whole food for a snack instead of a packaged or a processed food. It's like things like, cheese puffs, granola bars, fruit snacks. Those things have been through a process to be made. And when things go through a process, when food goes through a process, it loses a lot of its nutritional value. And a lot of time, things like salt and sugar and preservatives are added to the food. So whole foods make great snacks. And that could be things like veggies and hummus. Fruit makes a great, great snack, any type of fruit. So maybe just a bowl of grapes, some cantaloupe. On the screen there, you can see these apple nachos, we call them. My kids' favorite. Just slice up some apples, peanut butter, maybe I sprinkle little raisins or cinnamon on top. Those are really a family favorite. Nuts and seeds make great snacks. Now, I know as children that can be a choking hazard, but one thing that you can do is we make energy balls. So I put a bunch of nuts and seeds. I use dried fruit such as dates to really get that sweetener. So dates make great healthy sweetener options. And we make little energy balls, and that's a good healthy snack, things like edamame. So again, I just wanted to bring up the point that it's really important to start a healthy habit with snacks, and you can do that by giving them a whole food for a snack, such as fruits, veggies, and nuts and seeds. Great options. Limit screen time, maximum 2 hours per day. So you want to keep their screen time to 2 hours per day, whether it be on the phone, the computer, the tablet, the video games, the TV. And that's because children who spend a lot of time in front of a screen are more likely to develop a sedentary lifestyle. And a sedentary lifestyle is going to increase their risk of developing a disease in the future. So that's the problem with too much screen time. We really got to limit it. And again, parents play an important role in teaching their children how to use the screen time in a healthy way. And of course, putting limits, talking to them about it. If you just take away the tablet, they're really not going to understand. hey, we've been on the screen, it's already been an hour or so. It's time we get our bodies moving. Our bodies need to move, right? So again, we're talking to them or explaining to them the importance of these things. All righty. So our next thing that you can do to keep kids healthy is you want to get annual wellness checkups. And this is a great way to ensure that everything is good with your child's health, right? Everything is well. And that's a good way to ensure that when we get those annual, those yearly wellness checkups. It's also an opportunity for you to get advice on how to keep them well. Getting wellness checkups can help your child also to understand that healthcare professionals are their partners in their lifelong journey of health, right? They're going to need to know that they can go to them if they have problems, especially as teenagers. That's really important. So going to the doctor regularly, getting those annual checkups is a good way to send that message that, these healthcare providers are our partners. They're here to help. In addition to your regular visits with your primary care provider, be sure to get your child's dental and eye exams. Those are important. And making sure they're up to date on immunizations. So getting them annual wellness checkups is a great way to keep your kids healthy. All right. I see we don't have any questions. How are we doing? Looks like we're doing good. Okay. Next is you want to make sleep a habit. Sleep is so important for a growing child, but with today's busy schedules, a solid sleep routine can be hard to stick with. But kids who get the recommended amount of sleep for their age are healthier physically, mentally, and emotionally. So sleep is very, very important. And another great bonus is that if kids get their adequate sleep, have the recommended amount of sleep, then they can better fight off germs, which is huge, right? I mean, no one wants their child to be sick with the cold, the flu, anything like that. So you can help them by making sure they're getting the recommended amount of sleep. On the screen, you can see the recommended hours of sleep per age. This graph was from the CDC, so these are their recommendations. So I'm sure you know that children are not, happy. They kind of naturally resist bedtime, but you can help encourage healthy rest by creating and sticking to a routine. So doing a series of familiar activities, maybe it's reading a book, singing a song, whatever it may be. But that's a good way to make sleep kind of a more pleasurable experience, get a good routine with it instead of an undesirable activity, right? So make sleep a habit and make sure your child is getting the recommended amount of sleep. Be positive and encouraging. So talking positively, encouraging your child, and rewarding them with good behavior helps reinforce that good behavior and healthy habits. So if you see your child choosing to be active, maybe choosing to learn more about a health topic, or if you see them choosing a healthy snack, really reinforce those actions by supporting your child and making sure that their good choices are noticed and applauded. This is really going to help to build up your child's self-esteem. Being positive is a virtue where, we look on the brighter side of things, and children do not have that ability naturally. So it's really important as parents, as teachers, to really help guide them in that direction of being positive. So helping your child develop that positive attitude can greatly contribute to their well-being throughout their lives and help them build resilience. So keep it fun and positive. Everyone likes to be praised for a job well done. So celebrate their success and help them develop a positive self-image. Encourage regular hand washing. I know we've heard this one a lot lately because it is important. It is important to regularly wash your hands, especially as a child, right? They're touching all sorts of things. They're around other children, maybe at the park or at school. So they're really, they're around a lot of other germs. They're being exposed, and we can help minimize their risk by regular hand washing. Now, again, let them know that washing hands can help them prevent common diseases such as the flu, colds, and other infections. So again, we're talking to our child about health. Instead of saying, go wash your hands, go wash your hands, you can say something like, hey, we just got home from school. We have germs on our hands. I know you don't want a runny nose, so let's go ahead and go wash our hands. So again, we're explaining why these things are important, and we are talking to them about health. Develop healthy routines. This is where we really create those lifelong healthy habits with our children, is when we develop those healthy routines with them and with our family. So maybe that can mean, Monday nights, it's family walk night. We all go on a big family walk Monday nights. It can be eating dinner together. So every dinner meal, we all sit down and we eat a nice healthy meal together. Personally, one of my favorite healthy routines that we have is Friday nights, we do homemade pizza night, and I get a bunch of veggies and I let them do all their chopping, and they get to make their pizzas, and it's really exciting for them. They look forward to that. And that's kind of making it fun, but still a good, healthy routine. That's probably more healthier, right, than ordering in pizza. So again, we're making it fun, and we're developing those healthy routines with our kids, with our children. Okay. Looks like we don't have any questions, so I'll go ahead and review what we have talked about, and then we'll answer some questions at the end. Here we go. So, ways to keep your kids healthy and create that lifelong healthy habits. So first, we have make health a family value. This one is first and foremost. You got to make health something that you and your family values. You learn about it, you talk about it, you care about it. Okay, that's the first step. We really got to make health a family value. And then we got to talk to kids about health. We need to constantly have a constant conversation about health, right? So that's very, very important. That's probably my most important point of tonight's talk, is that you want to talk to your kids about health, make it relatable, make it something they can understand and care about. Be physically active as a family. So again, we're trying to incorporate those lifelong healthy habits, and we can do that by being active as a family regularly. Very important. Make healthy eating a priority. So this one, I know it can be easier said than done with kids, but this one is so important. It's one of the greatest skills that you can give your child, is how to eat healthy. So I encourage you to learn how to eat healthy, figure out how you can incorporate that with your kid. Limit screen time. Remember, maximum 2 hours per day. We want to limit screen time, making sure that they're mostly moving their bodies and they're not sitting in front of a screen for too long. We really got to keep them moving. Get annual wellness checkups, a great way to make sure your child is well and healthy. Make sleep a habit. So making sure that they are getting the recommended amount of sleep they need per night. Be positive and encouraging. Very important. They need positivity. They need encouragement. That's how we're really going to develop those lifelong healthy habits, is with positivity and encouragement. Encourage regular hand washing. So that's a great skill to have even as an adult. So encourage them to wash their hands before they eat, after they eat. Great skill. It's going to help, ward off some of those infections. So regular hand washing. Lastly, develop healthy routines. So get some healthy routines that you and your family will enjoy, and really start making health something that you and your family values. All right. Well, thank you all for listening in. Let me know. We can go ahead and open it up for any questions you may have. You can enter them in the Q&A. Any questions? I'll give some of you a second if you want to type it in. Okay, we got our first question, and it says, what other activities do you do to stay physically active with your kids? Great question. Thank you so much. So sports are always great. I know that is something that a lot of people turn to, is doing sports. Personally, me and my family, we do rock climbing. We joined a rock climbing gym, and that's kind of a fun thing we like to do together. And it's physically active. I also have a little gym in my garage, and we all go in there together and we all do a little workout together. Of course, I have to listen to all their favorite songs and not mine, which is fine, but we're all in there and we're doing it together, and they really, have a good time, and they see us, this is just a normal thing. We go in there and we move our bodies. So those are the main points. We do go on walks and bike rides. So those are a few ways that I stay physically active with my family. Great question. Thank you. Oh, we got another question. It says, I have a picky eater. I know, right? That is a tough one. I have a picky eater myself. My last one, my third one, she is a very picky eater. But there's a lot of great information online about how to deal with a picky eater and little tactics. Every child's different, so every little thing might work different for individually. So what I have found that's been really helpful is I really try to make it relatable for her. We started putting pineapple on her little homemade pizza. And she did not want to eat the pineapple, but I told her, if you eat a pineapple, you're going to get a magic power. And then she ate one, and we pretended all to do little magic powers. But again, that's just my personal thing that I'm trying to work on. So there's a lot of information out there about picky eaters and how you can kind of navigate that. But the earlier, the better. I do know that is the earlier you can start getting them to eat healthy and really kind of kick those unhealthy habits, the better. That's going to be more instilled in them. Good question. All right. Is that all our questions for this evening? Looks that way. And healthy eating is something that I really enjoy talking about. I have a lot of information about healthy eating. And if you guys want more information about healthy eating, let us know. You can leave us a comment on our Instagram or Facebook, say, hey, we want more information on healthy eating. You can leave a comment on a video. We post these webinars as a recording, so you can check out our YouTube channel after, and you can leave me a comment there and say, hey, Sabrina, I want more information on healthy eating, and I will be so happy to do that. I know that's something that a lot of people struggle with because, in today's time, it's really easy to eat unhealthy. It's very easy. So it really takes some determination. It takes some learning to eat healthy. And I want to help with that. So if you want some more information, please let me know. Okay. Well, that would be it for our tonight's webinar. I hope you found this helpful. Next month is about healthy aging. So how we can age youthfully, what we can do to protect ourselves as we age. So I'm looking forward to that one. And yeah, well, thank you guys so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Now patients can just go on the patient portal, they can request refills, I can send it, I can send them a text message saying, hey, I already filled your medication, call your pharmacy or pick it up at your pharmacy. So there's no, send this message to this person, the refills coordinator calls them, now they get a call at 5 o'clock, the pharmacy's closed. It's instant. You can go online, you can pick a provider, you can send them a message, hey, I need refills on this, this, and this, or I'm having a side effect, what should I do? The provider could write them back as soon as possible. We use a lot of text messaging and voicemail messaging, so the patients can know that their labs are ready or their prescription is ready at the pharmacy. Our EMR does a lot of good things.
The second way that you can improve your sexual health is through communication. Communication. Communication is truly the best way to stay sexually healthy. Well, who here just cringed at the thought of being open and talking to someone about your sex life, right? That's common. Well, being upfront about your sex life may seem scary, but it is important to do so in order to maintain healthy relationships with yourself and with others. Well, who should you communicate with? Number one, of course, is your healthcare provider, your doctor. The more open you are with your healthcare provider, the more likely you are to receive the best care possible, which is really important, right? So speak up for yourself, be honest, ask questions, communicate with them so they know how best to help you. You should feel comfortable talking to your healthcare provider about your sexual health. So make sure to find the right provider for you. The next person you should be communicating more with is your partner, right? Talking about STIs, birth control, boundaries, desires. That's a big one, talking about your desires. It is all very important for your sexual health. You need to be direct, clear, and honest when talking with your partner. And as a bonus, research does show that couples that talk about sex, who communicate a lot about sex, tend to have happy and healthy relationships, right? But remember that communicating also means listening to your partner, listening and responding to what they are telling you. Getting consent is another very important part about sexual communication, and you cannot get consent if you are not communicating. So communicate with your partner. Is there something that you have been wanting to talk to your doctor about your sexual health? Is there something that you've been meaning to talk to your partner about your sexual health? Maybe you've been too afraid to? Well, I am here to encourage you to overcome any feelings of fear and embarrassment and talk more about your sexual health, because being free to talk about your sexual health with your partner and your healthcare provider is truly key to your health and your quality of life. So communicate more.
I'm Dave Mastovich of Mass Solutions. We work with Cucamonga Valley Medical Group to help them tell their story to patients, employees, families, and everyone in the Cucamonga Valley region. Today, I'm with Dr. Kyle Smart, the Chief Medical Officer at CVMG. He's done a lot of work on studying vaccines, and we want to give a breakdown in more detail about how the COVID-19 vaccine is similar to vaccines of the past and what we can expect as patients and the United States and the country wanting to be able to have this vaccine work. Dr. Smart, how are you today?
Hey, Dave, thanks for having me again.
One of the things you told me before we started recording was you were saying how back when you were researching things in 2015 for an article, that you had to build that article based on things that had happened a while ago. What are you seeing now that maybe confirms that article or would help if you were writing that article today?
Yeah, so in my my medical training and my medical career has taken place up until now in a time where, you know, we could have an argument about to vaccinate or not to vaccinate, because we didn't need to. Vaccines have worked, and they've quelled the respective pathogens, the bacterias and the viruses that they were developed to fight. And yeah, we had some scary flare-ups in the world, like Ebola or measles or some bad influenzas, but none that quite had the impact worldwide that some of the history lessons taught us about vaccines. So my goal in 2015 was to relate some testimonials almost, because that's what I have found impacts people's values and beliefs and behaviors is when they can really see somebody else's perspective and understand their story, then that helps them make an informed decision. And in this case about vaccines. And so again, in 2015 and up until now, we haven't been confronted by a worldwide pandemic that united us. However, that wasn't the case. And those stories that I wrote about in that article and then in subsequent blogs, they're forgotten. They're long forgotten. And I thought if I could just share about how scary smallpox was, that 30% of the people that got that would die, and that people raced to figure out a way to protect themselves and their families against that. I felt if I could share the story of the children of Nome, Alaska, who had a diphtheria outbreak, and they could get the antitoxin as far as about 600 miles away, and the rest of the way had to be taken by sled dogs and mushers over the sea ice. I mean, it was perilous, and the whole country followed this story. And several of the sledders, they got frostbite. Several of the dogs died, but they were able to get this antitoxin to this remote part of Alaska. And the whole country was transfixed by the story. One of the sled dogs' statue is still in Central Park, I think Balto. I felt if I could share that mechanical ventilation, you know, the whole breathing tube and automatic ventilator that we take for granted today was built to save people from polio. Polio would cause the respiratory system to be paralyzed. People couldn't breathe. So they made mechanical ventilators, but they weren't small machines that could be wheeled around on a table. They were massive iron tubes that held the whole body, and only the head would stick out. And I felt if people could understand how serious and dangerous and deadly and traumatic these diseases were, and that vaccines offered a cure of prevention, that it would impact their beliefs and values and understanding about vaccines and help them make more of an informed decision.
That's really helpful and insightful and almost staggering to think about when we are looking at this pandemic, which has been tragic, but it's nowhere near any of those examples that you provided. When you look at the vaccine for COVID-19 and how it's starting out, what are your thoughts there as far as how we'll be able to distribute it, and what will that look like in comparison to some of those other tragic situations in our history?
To give some perspective, I know to a lot of people out there, COVID-19 still does not feel real, but tens of millions of people have been infected in our country and around the world. And in our country, we're around 300,000 deaths because of COVID-19. And that's very real. We are protected by a 330 million population. So there's a buffer there. But for the medical community, where the ICUs and hospitals are full, and we've had pockets of this since the inception of the pandemic back in March, Seattle has gone through a very challenging season. New York has gone through a very challenging season. California is currently at over capacity and really implementing some precautions. And so, again, when I wrote that article in 2015, I was drawing on past stories. And unfortunately, such a tragedy, we have one right now, and it can be drawn upon to show the importance and the benefit that a vaccine can offer.
Well, break down the basics, and I know a little bit, I'm sure everybody out there does too, but just walk through the basics of what a vaccine actually does and why there's 2 cycles of it, and why it takes so long to get that done, and how difficult the distribution is going to be. Give us a little bit more of a real life example, because we hear on the news and on the channels and the blogs and so forth, you hear kind of snippets and sound bites. Give us a little bit more about the real life aspect of vaccines.
So Dave, that's a great question. And there are currently 4 strategies that they are using to help implement a COVID-19 vaccine. So first is using an inactivated COVID-19 virus or a live attenuated virus to prime our immune system. And obviously people can understand what an inactivated COVID virus is, but an attenuated live virus just means that the virus is still alive, but can't really cause harm. Another strategy is to use a different virus to expose the host cell to the desired virus's genome. And I know that sounds crazy, but you're basically using like adenovirus or Norwalk virus or flu virus or measles virus to smuggle in COVID-19 genetic material into the human body and prime the immune system that way. Another strategy is to actually use the viral protein. So the protein everybody's excited about is the spike protein. The spike protein is on the cell membrane of the COVID-19 virus, and it helps the virus to attach to our respiratory cells. And if they can use that spike protein, they can expose us to that spike protein, we can develop antibodies to it. So one of the strategies is to just inject the protein directly. And then finally, the new technology is the mRNA virus vaccines, where they use pieces of the COVID-19 mRNA that code for the spike protein, and that's what's creating the immunity. And the mRNA virus strategy, the companies that are doing that, they are the first to cross the finish line. And so those are the first vaccines coming out from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna.
Thanks for that summary of the 4 ways. Is there somewhere you'd suggest that any of us can go look to learn more about each of these 4 ways, so we might be helped with our decision on which vaccine and when we would get the vaccine?
Yeah, so let me say that, first of all, some of these strategies sound radical, but they are all actually being used currently in various vaccine and cancer treatments. So that's an interesting point in and of itself. Secondly, the New York Times COVID-19 vaccine tracker is a great resource people can look at and see which companies using which strategy and which phase they're in.
With step 4, strategy 4 is the one that's happening now. And you and Dr. Mawjood were on another video and explained how there were 2 times you'd have to get it, 2 parts to it. Talk about that. And you had said, we had to get ready for a Super Bowl, no Super Bowl parties probably with 50 people. It's going to take months to do this number 4 strategy. Talk about that. And then my follow-up to that would be, what about the other 3 strategies? When would they come into play?
So as we've discussed, these mRNA vaccines are 2-dose vaccines. So the first injection is that mRNA, a piece of mRNA that codes for that spike protein, and you get injected with that. It causes some of your cells to start creating that protein, so you develop antibodies to it. And that first one is just a little bit of a primer for our immune system. And so after a few weeks, you give a second dose of that. And by that time, you've already got some antibodies ready. But then when the protein's made again, those antibodies attack, and then a whole second wave of immune cells are educated on that protein so that you're even more ready. You get that booster and you're more ready for a natural infection.
What's the downside of it? What's the potential pain that I might be in after the first dose and the second dose?
People don't like needles, okay? And so I have these big, strong men and women come in with tattoos everywhere, and they're afraid to get a shot. And clinicians everywhere just facepalm because they're like, you have tattoos everywhere and you don't want to get a shot. It's a paradox. But anyway, people are nervous about a shot. It's given right in the muscle the deltoid muscle here. It can be given in the shoulder. I'm sure in kids it can be given on the upper leg, the quad area. And secondly, the real thing to watch out for in these mRNA is that second booster. That's the one where people can feel symptoms of being sick. So a lot of people feel flu when they get the flu shot, even though you cannot get the flu from the flu shot. But what the flu shot's doing is priming your immune system to the flu. And that's what gives you those symptoms of body aches and maybe a low-grade fever and just not feeling well, fatigue. And similar to the COVID-19 vaccine, you can get a similar response. There's another possible allergic reaction. A couple cases I've heard out of the UK where people had an allergic reaction, and they're trying to figure out where that came from as well. But that seems to be very minimal as a risk as well.
For the majority of people, 95% or higher probably, you're going to have almost no discomfort other than the fear of getting a shot, which I had blood work done today, ironically, and I turned my head. And so I fall into your category. And then the second one, you might get a little bit of feeling a little bit off for half a day or a day, something like that. So that means that the risk is minimal. Now let's talk about the success. How successful do you think it can be?
That's what's amazing about these technologies is they've shown to be 90+% effective in preventing COVID-19. That's unheard of in a vaccine.
Dr. Smart, what other concerns have patients been raising with you related to vaccines in general and the COVID-19 vaccine specifically?
Dave, that's a great question. So number one, as I've written about in prior blogs, sometimes vaccines are created using human cell lines. And again, those blogs get into the details of why and how that technology has been utilized, but there's some ethical concern about using human cell lines in the development of vaccines, as well as some safety concerns. And it is very clear that these mRNA vaccines are developed without using any human cell lines whatsoever. A second concern is the use of mercury as a preservative. Now, mercury is being phased out of vaccines as a preservative. Specifically, mercury can be found in a chemical called thimerosal. Specifically, mercury can be found in a chemical called thimerosal, and no mercury or thimerosal is used as a preservative in specifically the Pfizer vaccine, and I believe the Moderna as well. But we'll know more about the ingredients in the Moderna vaccine when it's approved by the FDA in the coming days.
Dr. Smart, as always, it's great to talk to you about getting just the straight truth and just hearing facts and stats and details that can help us as consumers. Throughout this video, you've seen some links that have been placed on the screen, but you can also go to the CVMG website. Anything else you'd like to add, Dr. Smart, to close out another one of these helpful informational videos?
It's a unique time in history of mankind. It's been a long time since the world and countries have rallied around a vaccine like this. It's been created in light speed. It's being given out now. There is light at the end of this pandemic tunnel that we have all been through in 2020. And again, it's all because of the tragedy of what we've been through. But you don't have to draw on stories that have been forgotten to time. We have currently lived one out in 2020, and we have a vaccine now that's here, and there's going to be more to come.
As always, we appreciate Dr. Maudry, Dr. Smart, when they do these informational videos for the folks of the CVMG region. Thanks again, Dr. Smart. More videos to come.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's Healthy Living webinar. My name is Sabrina, and I'm a community health educator. Welcome. Thanks for joining tonight. Tonight's webinar is interactive. I do have the chat function open and a Q&A, so please feel free to talk to me during the webinar, ask me any questions. You can also save your questions until the end. I did save some time for a little Q&A session. If you're joining on a phone, I always recommend to turn that phone sideways to view this in a widescreen view. Did you know that not getting enough sleep can make you more susceptible to getting sick? Yes. When you're not getting enough good sleep, your immune system goes down, making it hard for your body to fight off infections, which is going to make you more likely to get sick. And if a person is lacking sleep, then they're at a higher risk for developing certain diseases, such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, and even an early death. And today, we know it is more important than ever to help our immune system so it can keep us protected and healthy. So to make sure you are staying healthy and getting the best sleep you can, you need to look at your sleep hygiene. We don't hear the word sleep hygiene often, but sleep hygiene is crucial to our health. Well, what exactly does sleep hygiene mean? Well, sleep hygiene is the lifestyle choices you make to ensure you are getting the best sleep you can. So if you want to learn the importance of sleep and how you can improve your sleep hygiene, then this webinar is for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about how important is sleep and why, what is good sleep and how much should we be getting, and I'm going to give you 3 things that everybody can do to improve their sleep hygiene. Well, we go to sleep every night not thinking about or not knowing how important that sleep actually is for us. And sometimes, if you're like me, you wish you didn't have to sleep as much to get more stuff done. Well, if we understood why sleep is important and to our health and to our quality of life, we would be more likely to appreciate and care for our sleep more. So why do we sleep? Go ahead and let me know in the chat. Give me a guess. Why do we sleep? Someone said to rest. Yes, of course, to rest. Well, a lot of things happen when we sleep, but the main reason why we really need sleep is to allow our body and our brain to restore, repair, and re-energize. I kind of like to think of them as the 3 R's. And even though to us, when we go to sleep, it's kind of like taking a little break, but our bodies are hard at work. They are healing, it's repairing, it's restoring, it's cleaning the body. And the brain even uses that time to repair as well, to store memories. And when during sleep is when the most healing occurs. So if you're lacking in sleep, then your body and your brain is going to be lacking in those 3 R's. It's going to be lacking in repairing, it's going to be lacking in restoring, and lacking in re-energizing. So, and this is going to have a huge impact and kind of a snowball effect on your health and your quality of life. So, and for example, there's a big connection between sleep and your mental health, right? And this is really noticeable. If you're not getting enough sleep, you tend to be more moody, more on edge, maybe more emotional. If you have kids, this is very noticeable in kids. I have kids, and if they skip a nap or if they go to bed too late, then they are kind of like different people. They their behavior is different. They're more on edge. So there's a big difference, really noticeable in kids. So not getting enough sleep is going to have a huge effect on your mental health. People who are not getting enough good sleep can start feeling symptoms of depression and even experience problems with memory and having trouble focusing. Being sleep deprived can also make you feel hungry. And to explain this better, Dr. Beckemeyer, one of Cucamonga Valley Medical Group's wonderful providers, she says that sleep deprivation raises your hunger hormones and lowers the hormone that makes you feel full. So you're feeling hungry more often and you're not being able to feel satisfied or kind of quench that hunger. So it's going to put you at risk for overeating and probably unwanted weight gain. So as Dr. Beckemeyer put it, sleep deprivation is more than just feeling tired. It affects every aspect of your health and your life, and it can put you at risk for disease and other medical conditions. And if you already have a chronic condition, then not getting enough sleep can actually make that condition worsen and put you at risk for complications. Therefore, sleep is crucial for our mental and physical health and our overall quality of life. So sleep is important. Well, what kind of sleep should we be aiming for? Well, good sleep is consistent and uninterrupted, and it's about getting the recommended amount of sleep. So we're talking quality and quantity. The amount of sleep you should be getting does depend on your age. Here is a chart from the National Sleep Foundation. And as you can see, adults, we're looking for that good 7 to 9 hours of good, consistent, uninterrupted sleep. That's going to be our goal. And it's important that our sleep is uninterrupted because you need to allow your body the time to go through all the different stages of sleep. And when your body can go through this process without being interrupted, it's going to be able to repair, restore, and re-energize at its best. So we're talking quality and quantity when it comes to our sleep. So now that we know that sleep is crucial for our health, we know what kind of sleep and how much sleep we should be getting, the next step is to look at your sleep hygiene. Remember, we said that sleep hygiene is the choices you make to ensure you are getting your best sleep. So some people can have good sleep hygiene and you can have poor sleep hygiene. What would you rate your sleep hygiene? Go ahead and let me know in the chat, good or poor. What would you say your sleep hygiene is? What are you doing to ensure that you are getting the best sleep you can? Someone said poor. Yes, of course, that's why we're here, right? Awesome. So remember that good sleep hygiene means engaging in behaviors that are going to promote consistent and uninterrupted sleep for the recommended amount of hours. Someone said good-ish. Yes, right? We're working on it. Well, if you feel like you are in need of better sleep, it may be time to consider your sleep hygiene. And it's also important to note that everyone's sleep hygiene might be different. We are all different, so what might work for somebody might not work for somebody else. Well, however, tonight I have 3 things that everybody can do to improve their sleep hygiene. So number 1 is to set a bedtime and stick to it. Remember when you were a kid and your parents gave you that strict bedtime? I had one, it was 8 o'clock. I had to be in bed by 8 o'clock. Well, now that you're an adult, you still need a bedtime, and it's very important because if you don't have a set time for bed, then you're going to be more likely to go to bed whenever you feel like it, whenever you want. And that's going to affect how much sleep you are getting. So set yourself a bedtime and stick to it every night, even on the weekends. And this is because you're going to allow your body to get it into a good routine. And when your body gets into a good routine, it's going to be able to know what to expect. And then it's going to be able to efficiently repair, restore, and re-energize. Because your body's like, hey, we know bedtime is coming. Let's start sending the signals. Let's start preparing. So by the time you lay in bed, your body is already prepared and ready to re-energize, restore, and repair. So